And we're live.
Okay, welcome to this work session for Stillwater Area Public Schools School Board for April 22nd, 2021. We're going to be discussing the potential referendum for this fall with our consultant from Baker Tilly, Don Lifto. So I don't know, Don, if you have any sort of a presentation that you want to begin with, or perhaps Melinda, you want to begin here. I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure that board members have questions.
Hey, Chair Petrie and board directors, excited to have Don Lifto with Baker Tilly back with us. He is with our community engagement firm that we've hired to put together some surveys and other data and information regarding our upcoming referendum. And Don, welcome, and we'll let you go ahead and get started. This is kind of a follow-up to his original presentation on the first survey that we sent out to our community.
Thank you. Is my audio okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, great. I did not prepare a presentation to, excuse me, today as I did originally when I presented the results of the first survey. I did receive about a dozen questions that came from board members, either through Melinda or Joan, and spent time studying and reviewing those questions and making a few notes in response. And so I was anticipating responding to questions or wanting me to go into more depth on something. I'd be happy to do that if that meets your needs.
Okay, that sounds great. So board members, do you have questions for Don? Allison.
Here we go. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the initial survey, that it seemed to be that there was a more than 50% chance that a levy could be renewed at $130 higher than our current levy. And I just wondered, how flexible is that depending on what's offered, depending on, it seemed like it was really good news that there was such a jump once the caller was informed of the situation, which I was really pleased with. I just wonder, in that situation, if that 130 is pretty rigid, or if there's flexibility depending on what the questions look like.
That's a good question, and I think that's number two on the outline I had done in terms of responding to some of your preliminary questions. The best way to think about that was that 130 was a moment in time, and the moment in time was the week that we were on the phone, doing 437 interviews. One of the reasons that most districts of your size and sophistication do a short tracking survey later is that things change. If you think about what's changed from early winter until now, well, you can think about COVID, you can think about vaccinations, a large stimulus package, increased tensions with Russia, and there's things that statewide in terms of the protests, in particular in the metro area. So things change from month to month and from year to year. So the 130 was a preliminary indication, and the way that number is determined is once we have the average number from all of the random sample interviews, then we move it just outside of the margin of error. In your case, that was 4.7%. And so we move it, towards the safe direction and come up with that 130. In the tracking survey, one of the two most important things that we need to do is retest tax tolerance. And because 6 months will have gone by, the good news is the district has moved along on its planning, and the tracking survey provides an opportunity to be a little bit more focused on what the board collectively and admin team actually think is going to be on the ballot in November, and test something more specifically, and also retest tax tolerance, within the context of that potential proposal, that would be tested in the tracking survey. So it could go up, it could, improve, it could go the other way as well. You just don't know, but it's certainly going to be more precise. The other question that I don't know if it was the same board member or not, but no matter what the number is in the tracking survey, kind of the related question is, let's say it is 130 again, just for point of argument. How, if the needs of the district are more than that, can you push it, knowing that the district is going to work really hard at informing people, and a campaign committee is going to work really hard at persuading people? If you do your, if you do your A work as a school district, and the campaign committee does its A work, as an advocacy group, and nothing bad happens, between now and then, there would be reason to believe that you can move it somewhat above, what that target was in terms of what was identified in the tracking survey. How much depends on judgments. And I think I had one example in my response to that question, that if the tax tolerance is measured at 130 and you decide to go for 144, I'm making those numbers up. If you're going to run your A game, that probably is a reasonable stretch. If the survey identifies 130 and you do 230, you're on very thin ice. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Any other questions? Katie.
Thanks. Kind of along the same lines of that. I'm thinking if our needs exceed kind of that 143 or whatever that max threshold would be, what I'm really hoping that we can do as a district is to be able to renew all of our programming, and the costs of renewing everything that we're doing right now and fund them appropriately. I don't have the actual numbers yet, but I'm a little worried that it's going to be more than $140 ask possibly. So what would you propose for us to do as a district if we know that the cost of our needs are going to exceed what we can ask from the community? Is there something where we do a shorter levy and then go out again in the near future? I honestly don't know what we do with that.
That's a good question, Katie. One of the situations that I've seen in the last 5 or 6 years that 15 or 20 years ago we didn't typically see is a district going out for a referendum, getting it passed, and then 6 months later cutting $3 million from the budget. And that is a bad news scenario for the admin team. It's bad news for the school board, and it's tough for kids and staff in the community. I mean, nobody wants to do that. So if you're in a situation where, and please don't get hung up on these numbers, I'm only using them as examples. In fact, I'm going to use a different example just to reinforce I'm using it as an example. Let's say that your survey said that your safe harbor was at $100, but you needed $180, to maintain and keep things not necessarily adding, but not cutting either. So what do? Some school districts go for the 180 because that's what they need. Some pass, probably the majority don't. Another approach that's not unusual is I think I made a reference to meat and potatoes and then other needs in something that I wrote in preparation for your meeting today. Some districts will craft one ballot question, the first one, and maybe that one is at $105. Remember, I was using the 100 as an example. And the most important priorities are, funded by the question one. And then question two is the other $80 worth of programming. In that scenario, question two is contingent on one passing. So that's a second approach that is not unusual. Well, those are the two most common ones. They either scale back and put on the ballot what they think that should pass based on the data they have, stretch as much as they need to have the money to do what they need so they don't have to cut or split the ballot into highest priority and second priority. And I'm not suggesting which one of those are right. Each admin team and school board have to sort that out themselves. But certainly you're going to have fresher and more concrete data from the tracking survey that will help you with that.
Don, I wonder if you can tell us a little bit more about more specifics about what kinds of questions would be on this second survey. Is it mostly just going to be testing that that threshold for what the community will bear in terms of financial ask?
The two main things that have to be resolved to do a tracking survey that's going to help the board and admin team, make these final decisions are number one, we want to test the most likely thing that people are anticipating is going to be on the ballot. With the original survey, we were testing for renewal only. We were testing for revoke and replace with a bigger number. We were testing technology. We were testing buildings. The tracking survey needs to narrow that focus to what's most likely going to be on the ballot. And then test that and also retest tax tolerance when people are presented with a likely scenario or a more specific proposal. So that's what you want to accomplish with a tracking survey is narrow the focus and retest tax tolerance.
How many questions are likely to be on that tracking survey?
The district contracted for 25 questions and assuming when I talk about narrowing the focus, assuming that narrowing is focused on increased operating levy and technology. I've already played around with a draft, and clearly in a tracking survey, you can manage a very good survey with 25 probes. The first one was a lot longer than that because it was broader. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to ask people again where they get their information. You don't have to ask them again to, grade the district. You collected that data 6 months ago. So tracking surveys are always shorter.
Is the wording on the ballot going to be tested? And how important is it to test for something like that? I mean, I can understand where the wording would be really important with a bond. I'm not quite so sure about how the wording matters with an operating levy.
In the survey itself, Bev, you can't test the actual wording. I think in my notes somewhere I commented on long and legalese or something like that. The ballot language is written by lawyers, and my best friend's a lawyer, so I'm not going to be criticizing lawyers, but the language is long, obtuse, and legalese. And so you can't do that over the phone, and it's pretty hard to do even in a paper survey. So what you have to do is come up with language that Jane or Joe could understand, or what sometimes people call barbershop language. And so instead of using the language that would be on the ballot, we'd be talking about the district has an operating levy that's expiring. If it's not renewed, it's going to, you're going to lose $11 million a year. Because of the cuts we've made recently, the district needs additional operating money, and we'll ask the community to renew and increase the operating levy. What do you think? And don't get hung up on my language because I just made that up, but just to demonstrate you're testing, plain language. And if we, similar to the first survey, assuming we test an increase in the operating levy and a technology investment, there'd be 6 or 7 more specific questions that give context and detail, to that after they've reacted to the initial proposal. And that will all fit very nicely into that size of a survey.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Allison?
I don't think this was a question that I read through that was submitted, but I'm just curious, having done the survey and now worked a little bit with our district, when you're kind of reviewing these results, does anything stick out at you, like caution, a challenge, an opportunity? Did anything, just based on what the community had to say, is it something you would want to emphasize with the board to be cautious of, or maybe that there's an opportunity?
On the opportunity side, the 2 things that I would note that were significant, and I can't remember if it was you, Allison, or Katie, or somebody else who said it, but the change in opinion about an increase in the operating levy after people got information was the biggest shift I've seen in a survey in 20 years. What you normally see is what you saw if you look back at how people responded to technology after they got information. Remember, first they just responded to a general question, then they got information, and then we said, okay, tell me again, what do you think? The technology and the building stuff both moved the right direction a little bit. I can't remember how much, not very much, 3, 4, 5, 6%. I've never seen something move that much as was the case for Stillwater in testing the increase in the operating levy. So the good news with that is, number one, in working with your admin team, they identified relevant, important data to share. So, that 6, 7, 8 questions about the increase in the operating, they picked good stuff, quote unquote, and collectively it made people move in the direction you wanted them to move. So clearly that would be an opportunity. And then you recall also the potential proposal to invest in technology and everything related to teaching and learning, with technology. It started strong and continued to be strong. So that's certainly also an opportunity. On the caution side, I don't know if that's the word I would use necessarily, but the people have been studying school referenda for 60 years, trying to figure out how come some pass and how come some fail. And there are lots of books about that and hundreds of journal articles about it. If you boiled it all down and asked me, based on 60 years of research, what are the top 3 factors that cause school referenda to fail? The top 3 are organized opposition, bad alignment of the ballot proposals, and split boards. Now, in organized opposition, it happens sometimes. It's totally out of the board's control. It's totally out of the administration's control. You hope it doesn't happen, but when it does, it's damaging. The alignment factor is if the community wants X and is willing to pay Y, and you put Z on the ballot, that's out of alignment. So the better job you can do to put the right things on the ballot in terms of content, at the right cost, in terms of what people are willing to pay, the more likely you're going to be successful in November. And the third one is obvious. Split boards are very damaging. And so I always encourage districts to work hard at finding common ground and consensus. So those are, again, I don't know if I'd call them cautionary things, but things to be aware of.
Okay, any other questions? Katie?
Along the cautionary front, do you have any major concerns about kind of the current political climate and the fact that we just got stimulus checks and kind of the talk about educational funding that's coming out, and that we're going to get some bumps in our school districts? What are your thoughts on how to navigate that, and then asking our community for a levy that is going to affect us much more long-term, but in the present moment may look like a big ask considering the current context? How do we navigate that?
Yeah. Well, what you just said, Katie, is why most of my clients of your size and sophistication do a tracking survey. You talked about different things that kind of were going on in the environment, stimulus, COVID, planning for the 21-22 school year when you don't know if it'll be in person or not. There's all kinds of stuff going on. And so the tracking survey is done closer to the referendum date to, as in essence, capture some of those examples you talked about. You mentioned the legislature. Assuming they get done on time, by, I think it's May 17th or 18th, we'll know what they did to us collectively, specifically related to school funding. By that date, you'll also have a pretty good idea of what your budget's going to look like in 21-22. So the later the tracking survey, the more you capture all of that. However that affects people's thinking, whether that makes them feel generous or makes them feel that the ask is too big, all those things are in their heads and in their collective experiences, and will be reflected in how they respond, in the survey. So that, again, the data from the tracking survey will be very helpful and important for the administration and the school board. And we'll find out, how people are thinking in May or June as compared to when the first survey was done.
Don, do you have any idea how many school districts are going to be going out for referendums this fall?
I haven't seen any numbers yet. MSBA tries to keep track of that as they find out, what school districts are doing. I'm working on 8 or 9 surveys right now, in addition to Stillwater's, and all of those are November, 21. If you look historically, there's usually somewhere between 60 and as much as 90 districts that are on the ballot in odd years. The part that we don't know, and I should say there are quite a few districts that would have been on the ballot in November of 2020, but didn't want to be in the middle of that presidential race. So they waited until 21. But typically in Minnesota, at least, there'll be twice as many in an odd year as an even year. And as I said, 60 to 80 would not be unusual. The part that we is an unknown, it kind of speaks to what Katie commented on a moment ago, is what the effect of the one-time money is that's coming into school districts, and how that affects their thinking and their planning.
Okay, thank you. Allison?
You mentioned this, Don, already, but I kind of want to probe a little bit further here. So and let's just play with any number. Let's just say a community went out and they realized the tax tolerance was around that $200 mark. And let's say they know that just to maintain programming, they needed 300. So kind of outside that tolerance that, you're kind of mentioning, within a $15 or $20 or whatever, what does a district do then? Because it's exactly what you said, where if the tolerance is here, but the need is here, and then you pass it and you're kind of cutting, or you're not doing, do you talk to the community about what programming you're going to preserve? It just doesn't feel very aspirational, to go into a levy to say, we're going to ask for this because this is what the tolerance is, but it's going to be less than what we actually need. So we might need to scale back some things. So I guess it's that. I don't know if I'm really.
One of the terms that you'll oftentimes see in articles or books that's kind of about related to your question, Allison, talks about logical consequences. School districts, people, voters, registered voters, parents need to know the logical, once the board sets the ballot, whatever that is, people need to know the logical consequences, of a yes or a no vote. Some of you know that I lived in Matamidi for 33 years, and so I'm still really interested in what happens there. And one example, Matamidi lost its first operating levy in the history of the district 6 or 7 years ago. And after it failed, the superintendent brought forward a recommendation to eliminate elementary and middle school Spanish. And all hell broke loose. Social media, 200 people at public meetings. It was just a horrible situation. And besides the fact that there were a lot of people who thought that was a bad idea, it was never mentioned once before Election Day that was a consequence if the referendum didn't pass. At the end of the day, the recommendation to do that, the board turned it down and didn't make those cuts. So I bring that up in the context of your question, is people need to know before they go into the election booth and cast their ballot, what's reality if this passes and what's reality if it fails. And if you end up with something on the ballot where you're still going to have to cut even if it passes, as bad a situation as that is, people need to know that, and they need to know how much more you're going to cut if it fails. And it's ugly. Nobody can tell you for absolutely certain if the tolerance is 200 and it takes 300 to not cut. Nobody can tell you for certain whether you can pass that or not at 300. But just to give you one data point, since 2016, the average deviation in our surveys is running about 5.8%. So at least based on my experience over the last 5 years, there's nothing wrong with a reasonable stretch. But if the tolerance is $100 and you need $200, you got to ask yourself, are we better off getting $100 or 110 or 120, or are we better off losing at $200?
And Don, this is just in quick follow-up. That's exactly what my fears, because we're in a situation, it's a renewal. So if we stretch too far and we don't renew, it's a hole of, 11.4 million in our budget, in our annual budget. So for me, kind of where we can go with that stretch is of critical importance, because I can't imagine that would be catastrophic for our district to have to take a loss like that annually. So it's kind of like, because our backs are against the wall for a renewal, it feels like we're limited on what we can ask for in terms of additional funding for new programming or extra programming. So yeah.
And if that, if I'm anticipating that one of the things will be tested in the survey will be, the legal term would be revoke and replace in one question. Now, testing it that way doesn't commit the board to doing that. You want to see what the response is from the community, and then you decide. But if you end up with your first ballot question being to revoke what you have now and replace it with a bigger number, people need to know clearly that if that's approved, what are the logical consequences and what does the world look like in the Stillwater area schools? They also need to know if it fails, you're going to have to cut at least $1 million. I'm not trying to do John Tynes work, but if that's what you would lose if it failed, I think you were probably in a position and it would be at least that. Well, what does that mean? How many teachers does that translate to? How does that translate to changes in class size? People need to know the logical consequences of their vote.
Annie, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair Petrie. I can't even hear myself.
I don't know if you're hearing Annie. I'm not.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a follow-up question to Alice, Director Sherman. I know you talked about logical, you talked about tolerance. For me, I think there has to be some practical realities as well. And you did mention that we need to be able to inform community who be lost if it doesn't pass. But I'm going back to the tolerance part of it. Yes, it's fine, $100, but the need is actually $200. What will be the consequences? The problem though with that is if we go for $100 and we end up cutting programs, even with the fact that we've asked money from the community to build this trust. So my question here is, the transparency is very important for the community to understand what exactly the impact could be if we don't collectively come together and try to pass a levy that will truly support the programs that we have, the staff and teachers, our students, number one, and what those opportunities will be in terms of benefiting the students. So I think it's important that the questions actually reflects that. And so for me, I think transparency is number one. We have hundreds of parents watching us right now, so they know what those consequences are. But there's some that are not, many that are not watching us and probably don't understand the process. But I think those realities are important for them to know, for them to understand that these are the consequences. So I think the questions that we ask should reflect that. There should be clear transparency in what some of those impacts would look like. So my question to you is, how are you going to reflect that in the survey?
I got about 90% of that through my speaker, but I think I got the gist of it, Annie. We use what's called a 3 benchmark test, and that was used for your initial survey. And that methodology is well tested, and essentially it begins with a general question where people would be told that the board is considering putting a proposal on the ballot in November that would replace their expiring levy with a larger levy. And if that passes, we're going to be able to maintain or improve our programming. And if it fails, I'm not going to try to say this without thinking about it, but you get the gist of it. It's a general statement. So you see how people respond to that general statement. Then you move into more specific statements that I will be working with the district to design. Maybe one of them would be, if you knew that if question 1 fails, the district will have to cut a minimum of $11 million out of next year's budget. If you knew that, would that make you more or less likely to be supportive? If you knew that if question 1 does not pass, there would be a minimum of 100 teachers cut and class sizes would go up. Don't get hung up on these examples. I'm making them up. Knowing that, would that make you more or less likely to be supportive? If you knew that if question one passes, we're going to be able to at least maintain our programs and perhaps offer some new academic opportunities as well. Would that make you more or less likely to be supportive? So what we'll do is we'll design 7 or 8 specific questions like that, identifying information that we think is relevant and important. And after going through all of those, for each one, people tell us, will that make you more or less likely to be supportive? Then we come back and say, okay, we told you a little bit more about this question one. Tell me again, what do you think? And that's where we see whether or not the information provided impacted people and how it impacted them. Did it make them more supportive or less supportive? We do something very similar with technology, assuming that that's a potential question 2 that's being considered. And then towards the end of the survey, we'd come back and say, suppose the board ultimately put 2 questions on the ballot. The first one would renew the existing levy that's set to expire in a year and replace it with a larger levy to provide additional money for teaching and learning. And the second question would be to invest in instructional technology so that students and staff had the devices and the tools they needed to be successful in the current educational environment. And those 2 in combination, would you favor or oppose? And so, and again, don't get hung up on my language because I'm making it up, but we'd be putting them together. We'd say, this is question 1, this is question 2. What do you think? And then the last thing we would test is we'd say, I'm going to give you some estimated tax impacts for what it would cost to do question 1 and question 2 together. And then we would test a range of tax impacts. In my initial fooling around with this, just kind of working on it, I eliminated the lowest one that we tested in the last survey. I can't remember if the lowest one was $75 maybe. So I eliminated that one just because in my discussions, it was pretty clear that that probably was not going to do it. So I think I started with 100 and maybe went to 125, 150, 175, or 130, 160, 190, something like that. So the lowest number was a little bit lower than, that 131, but it also tested 2 numbers that were higher than that. Now, that's not settled. That's just me messing around with the first draft. As I work with the admin team and indirectly with the board, we decide what range of tax tolerances we're going to test. And that's essentially the tracking survey. So it'd be a combination of reaction to big picture and reaction to specifics and reaction to tax impact.
Allison?
This is a broader question just based on your work with other districts, Don. We're at a renewal of a 2013 levy this year, but do other districts, or how many districts go out more than every 8 to 10 years? I mean, it's hard to, these are really hard decisions when you're renewing and facing an 11.4 million cut versus if you want to go out and, in between the 10 years of the operating levy and say, wow, we have this great new program that we want to start. are we maybe just philosophically doing it wrong as a district? Or should we be maybe rethinking if we really want to start offering some new programming for our community and for our students? Is this maybe not the way to do it when you're back against the wall to kind of pass a 8-year-old levy? I'm curious.
Well, I'll use myself briefly as a bad example. During the 10 years that I was superintendent of schools in Matamidi, we had 12 ballot questions. So we were coming back frequently. That's not necessarily a good thing. It's not easy, but it happens sometimes. I would say for a school district that passes a 10-year levy, let's say November of 21, it would be pretty unusual that they didn't come back again before 10 years. Just because, historically, the state's funding for public schools has not kept up with inflation. So it'd be very, very common to pass a 10-year levy and 3, 4, 5 years later, you're out doing it again. In some cases, doing it again means you leave the 10-year one alone and you just do another one. In some cases, it means you revoke the old one and replace it with, a bigger one. But very few make it 10 years before going out again.
I have just a follow-up question on that. So we have an 8-year levy right now, and I know that we could go 10. What are districts doing these days? And I know that we have to chart our own path, because I will say this, that the Stillwater community has never said yes to a revoke and renewal. This community has always said yes when our backs are against the wall, but we've never had a revoke and renew be successful in this community. So, that's going to have to be part of our calculus when we decide how we're going to go. But what are districts doing these days? Are they going for the whole 10 years?
The majority of districts go for 10 years. And if you look at the last 20 years or so, the success rates for a 10-year are just as good as for a 5-year. So there isn't a strong relationship between the length and success. Intuitively, we'd think the longer it is, the more likely it's going to fail. History has not demonstrated that. The districts that go for shorter periods, sometimes that is done after they've gone out once or twice and failed. And a shorter period is almost like a negotiation with the opposition. We'll just do 5 years instead of 10, and we'll prove to you that we're handling our money well and making good decisions. So some end up, at a shorter time frame for that. And then the other thing to factor in, and your admin team would be well aware of this and guide you on this, is if you don't want to have your last chance in November of 2020, for example, in the middle of the worst presidential campaign in our history, probably, some people would, do a 9-year levy instead of a 10, just to avoid having to be in the middle of that mess when they're trying to renew. So that also factors into the decision.
Okay, thank you. Matt.
Don, how soon do we have to get this out, knowing that we will have it at a minimum 1 question in November and potentially 2 or maybe more? What's the soonest we need to get this survey out?
Well, we haven't nailed down a specific timing on it yet, but in the discussions I've had with the administration so far, at least, we've been talking about May/June. The advantage in potentially in that range is you have the benefit of knowing what the legislature did to you for funding before having to finalize the questionnaire for the survey. And you also probably know what the board's going to do for approving a budget for 21-22. Once I get direction on, when you want the survey, we'll get that questionnaire banged out, in a couple of weeks and be ready to get on the phones. But right now, I'm anticipating at least that the questionnaire will be designed in probably between now and the middle of May, and we'll be on the phones, between the middle of May and June 1st. And that really will depend on what direction I get from your superintendent as we continue to plan.
Melinda, Annie, I'll go to you in just a second. Melinda, did you want to add to that?
Well, I just want to ask 1, 2, or 3 questions. What's the rate of success, and to bond or not to bond now? If not, coming up in November, would you recommend February, August, or other?
In terms of the success rate on multiple ballot questions, I looked at every referendum in Minnesota that took place in the last 2 years for both bond, technology, and operating. And the success rate on second and third ballot questions was 40%. Now, when you compare that to overall success rate, the success rate on operating referenda over the last 20 years has run right around 2/3. And on bonds, it's about 52%. So second and third ballot questions definitely pass at a lower rate than the first question. In terms of how many questions, I would not prefer to run a 3-ballot referendum. The complexity of that in terms of explaining to people what you're doing and why, it's not linear. A second ballot question is more than twice as hard, and a third one is even harder. So I would not do it unless I had to. As far as timing on the bond, I'm from a distance, I'm hoping that our tracking survey will focus on an increase in your operating levy and technology, and the bond will come later. There was no way that I would choose to do that in February of 22 because you would have to be preparing right now for that in order to pull that off. And I think you've got your hands full, with what's on your plate right now. So if it was up to me, I'd be looking at August or November of 22. That would give you time to plan well, time to work to consensus, so you have a unanimous board behind whatever you decide to do, time to carefully look at the tax impact and bonding options and all that kind of stuff. And you wouldn't have to encumber your messaging for November of this year with all this other stuff at the same time. Does that answer your question, Melinda?
Thank you.
Annie?
You're on mute, Annie.
Right. Yep, I'm on now. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Chair Petrie. Don, I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. I'm truly, really nervous. I was listening to you talk, and I think for me, we want to be able to do it right the first time. And if we have to, let's assume, because it's truly, this is me. I mean, it's very irritating to go out there and ask for more money after we've asked for money within 3 to 5 years. We're running out again to ask parents for more money. It's quite irritating. So, what would you do in order for us to avoid a situation such as that? It's the last thing that we want our community to have. It's the last thing we will want to do as a board. So what do we need to do now so something like that doesn't happen to us? And how would you reflect that in the questions that you will be asking in the survey? So for me, I think the questions are very important. It's important for families to know right now that if this is what we have, this is what's going to happen. If we are going to have to go out in 3 to 5 years, that we should be able to ask those questions now and be able to tell families what those consequences are as a result of us not requesting enough the first time. So I think it's important that they know now than us trying to later go out within 3 to 5 years and asking families for money. It's very irritating. So I wouldn't want that to happen to any one of our families in the district. So what do you think we need to do to avoid something like that?
Well, I wouldn't be talking about any potential operating levies after November of 21, with the exception of if it fails, you're going to be back out again in November of 22, in my opinion. But looking beyond that, I don't think the admin team or board can project, 4 or 5 years from now, what the enrollment is going to be, what the school funding is going to be. Obviously, they're running scenarios with assumptions, but I would avoid talking about, possibly coming back again in 3, 4, 5 years, because it may or may not happen. But if you talk about it, it distracts from, Annie, what you had talked about earlier, that people need to know the consequences of this vote this November, and not distract them, if you will, about speculating about what might come later.
Okay, thank you, John. We need to start our regular board meeting in just a few minutes. So I truly appreciate your coming and answering these questions. I think I got more clarity here, and I'm sure the other board members did too. So, and I'm sure that we will be seeing you again.
All right. Hope the rest of your meeting goes well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So it's now 5:57. I'm thinking that we will start our board meeting at 5 minutes after 6. So everybody can take just a few minutes break here. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we have a quorum. I will call to order this meeting of Stillwater Area Public Schools School Board, ISD 834, for April 22nd, 2021. Due to the current federal and state emergency declarations, the Minnesota directive to residents to stay at home, and the guidance about limiting person-to-person contact due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting of the Stillwater Area Public Schools ISD 834 School Board is being conducted in accordance with Minnesota Statutes 13D.021, meetings by telephone or other electronic means. Due to the health pandemic, the school board determined that it is not feasible for at least one board member, the superintendent, or the school district's legal counsel to be physically present at the regular meeting location, and that it is not feasible for the public to attend this meeting at the regular meeting location due to the health pandemic. Persons may monitor this meeting from a remote location by streaming the meeting on the Stillwater Area Public Schools YouTube channel. So we will, Joan, can you please take the roll?
Director Hockert,
Here.
Director Onken,
Here.
Director Porbenny,
Yeah.
Director Riley,
Here.
Director Sherman,
Here.
Director Weisberg, Chair Petrie.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. The next is approval of the agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Director Hockert.
Chair Petrie, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda in under reports, just flipping the order of D and E.
Okay, there is a, is there a second? Director Sherman. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we make a minor change in the order of reports. Director Hockert, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. Both those items are regarding policy tonight, and just kind of anticipating the flow of the discussion. I think it might make a little more logical sense to flip those two items.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, it's been moved and seconded that we make a slight change in the reports and that we flip Director Lansfeld.
Thank you, Chair Petrie and Board Directors. There's been quite a bit happening in our district. First, support for our students and share their concerns and fears. Please reach out to the school, teacher, principal, other district staff if you or your child is in need of additional support in the coming days and weeks. COVID-19 variants, including the B.1.17 from the United Kingdom, are last week, we had 24 students test positive and 464 students had to be quarantined. We also had 1 staff member test positive and 10 were quarantined. The Minnesota Department of Health has continued to emphasize the importance of COVID-19 testing in slowing the spread. They are strongly encouraging students and families to be tested for COVID every 2 weeks, even if they have no symptoms. The state is also asking school districts to help make testing more accessible to students by offering testing opportunities on site in middle and high school buildings. As we learn more about what this might look like in our schools, we'll be sharing more information with our families. Also last week, students spoke out for change in their school. Nearly 130 high school students gathered virtually last week as part of the Voices of Change student conference to talk openly about the challenges they face or have faced in their educational career. The first of its kind conference was student-led and facilitated and gave kids a safe place to talk about the issues they see in their school, from racism and institutional bias to inequitable access to resources and activities. All of the ideas and solutions developed by the students will be shared with school administration, and action steps will be designed to make positive change at school. Also, I just have to share this really quick. This is from a kindergarten teacher at Afton Lakeland Elementary, Kim Schneider. I received an email that she had sent out to families, and hello, my K friends. I know that life outside of our kindergarten walls and your home can be very challenging and full of emotions today. What I love about kindergarten and your little ones is that life goes on here and we keep reading like crazy. We are super readers, adding and subtracting, writing, building words, playing at free choice, and keeping these beautiful friendships going. We read a story today called Shades of People, which trickled into great conversations and this beautiful photo of our class. Bottom line from their mouths, we look different, but we are all kindergartners and we are friends. And I have to show this picture, if you can see, of the class. And she ended it to families. I love my job and I love what I do every day. And that warmed my heart this week. April 19th through 24th this week is After School Professionals Appreciation Week. This week, we want everyone to join us in celebrating the staff members who make such a positive impact on the lives of students before and after school. The Adventure Club team really stepped up this past year and offered emergency childcare for essential workers in our community. Staff had to create and implement a completely different type of childcare program in the span of just a few days, working on promoting physical distancing, mask wearing, and other health guidance while simultaneously supporting students' social, emotional, and academic learning. Our Adventure Club team have truly been heroes this year. And our last item in my report, it was yesterday, Administrative Professionals Day. And thank you, Joan Hurley. She's on our team here, helps me out every day and the school board. And as I've always said, administrative assistants are really the people that run our schools, all of our secretaries, whether they're working at the front desk or behind the scenes, they are such an integral part of our district. Thank you to all of our incredible admin assistants for all you do for our schools, parents, teachers, and especially the students. Thank you. With that, that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Lansfeld. The next item on our agenda is the student report.
Yes, I will start us off. Sophomores and juniors at the high school just had MCA testing, and many students throughout the district will be taking the MCAs in the next month. If students are struggling with school and need some extra support, peer tutors are now available for in-person sessions. The class of 2021's post-graduation plans are being posted on the high school's student council's Instagram. If you would like to check those out, the page is called SAHS Studco or SAHS STUDCO. This past week, student council president elections were held for next year, so congratulations to Sophia Pieton and Amelia Brettel on their victory. Reminder for students to check their emails for information about AP testing. Some of them will be virtual and some in person, and they can be happening as early as May 3rd, which is coming up fast. Rising juniors and seniors who are interested in helping freshmen in the transition from middle school to high school should consider becoming a Link Crew leader. The applications are now open and more information can be found in any Pony Center. With that, I will pass it off to Bryn.
Thanks, Mara. Tonight I will talk about activities. I'm excited to announce that a senior prom will be held at the Pony Plaza on Saturday, June 12th from 7 to 11 p.m. There will be 705 tickets available for seniors to purchase. Each ticket costs $45 and tickets will be available for purchase starting Monday, May 10th on Smart School. If there are tickets remaining after May 14th, junior guests will be able to purchase a ticket if they are coming with a senior. If you would like more prom information, check your student email or SAHS prom on Instagram. Congratulations to all seniors who received a community scholarship invitation. The scholarship award ceremony is on Monday, May 10th at 1 p.m. Unfortunately, parents and guests are not allowed to attend because of limited seats due to COVID restrictions. However, Valley Access will live stream and record the ceremony. The link for the ceremony will be posted on the high school's website. And lastly, just a reminder for seniors to attend the mandatory graduation meeting on Zoom with Principal Bach tomorrow. Check your school email for your scheduled 1-hour time slot. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is recognition, and I will turn this over to Superintendent Lansfeld again.
Thank you, Chair Petrie and fellow board members. I will give our guest, and his mother just a minute to come on here. And I see Alex. We'll go ahead and get started, Alex. So tonight we have with us Alex Stile, and he is a senior at Stillwater Area High School and a former Lily Lake Elementary student of mine. And he and his sister Maddie went through the elementary years with me. And he has recently earned some very prestigious recognitions. And with him joining us is Rachel Stile, his mother and staff member at Stillwater Area High School that has worked with him. So here we go. Alex was named Minnesota Journalist of the Year finalist and has been selected among the top 3 journalists of the year in Minnesota. He is the editor-in-chief of the Pony Express student newspaper and team lead for the Capconian Yearbook, which has been recognized among the very best in the country this year. Journalist of the Year candidates had to create a digital portfolio of their work that reflects their writing skills, multimedia background, leadership, and application of press law and ethics. Here's what the judge said about Alex's submission. News matters, the story matters. Stile's craft in writing provides the reader an in-depth look at the stories of their community. Their talent with their online channel allowed for unique additions, such as polling and unique stylizing for bloggers, which reflects the multimodal wave of online publication design. Stile has a unique way of identifying what is important to audiences and amplifying that, whether through print, online, or other mediums. And I've personally had the pleasure of having Alex interview me for a couple of news articles, and he's always been so professional, thorough, and very thoughtful. He even follows up with thank you notes. So I appreciate that, Alex. In addition to his journalistic accomplishments, he is also a talented musician. He recently received the orchestra department's James D. Hanlon Award, a $1,000 scholarship created to honor a graduating senior who demonstrates the highest standards of musicianship, character, leadership, and service. Dr. James Hanlon was the high school's orchestra director in the 1970s, and he is credited with growing the program and helping build its reputation for excellence, which we still see today. During this trying transitional pandemic school year, Alex took the initiative to ensure the survival of concert orchestra and Konamichi traditions of excellence. He has written and edited program notes, sent remind messages to keep students engaged and practicing, and acted as orchestra music librarian, recruited students, and has been the lead organizer of the Konamichi concerts. By actively engaging in these tangible ways, Alex not only demonstrates leadership that gets things done, but embodies a true, authentic character who desires to serve his fellow classmates in the Stillwater Orchestra program. Congratulations for both recognitions, Alex. And I'll go ahead, and if you'd like to say a couple of words, and maybe the school board might ask you and your mother a couple of questions.
Well, thank you all for having me here, and thank you, Superintendent Landfelt, for such a nice introduction. It's great to, quote unquote, be here, but it's still great to receive this honor. So really, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're very welcome.
So Alex, I think it's probably just in your blood, I'm thinking, because your mom knows a lot about journalism. I know that. So what are your plans? I mean, what sort of journalism? I mean, do you think you'd like to go on and have a career in journalism? And if so, what type?
Yeah, so I really, again, it's in the blood. Actually, going back to my great grandma, we've all been quill and scroll writers and award winners. So a few generations there. Yeah, I do want to continue journalism. I will be going to the U, and that'll be one of my majors. I'll be double majoring in journalism and music. So I do want to continue that, and I hope to be a political writer in some way, shape, or form. But at the end of the day, it's really just telling the stories to the community at the end. So.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the U is a great place to go for that. So congratulations. Board members, anyone else have anything that they would like to say? Director Sherman.
I just want to thank Alex personally, because we're an orchestra family, and I'm Superintendent Lansfeld was absolutely accurate. He was instrumental, along with a few others, seniors in the program, but he really did a lot for the orchestra program this year. There was a lot of transition, a lot of change, and students like Alex and others really stepped up to fill some gaps. And so as a orchestra family, thank you. It was very recognized and appreciated. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, well, Alex and Rachel, thank you for coming here. And congratulations again, Alex. This is a huge honor. And so it was much deserved. And I'm sure all the board members join me in saying good luck to you in your future.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, so we're going to go on to the next item on our agenda, which is open forum. School board meetings will be held electronically until further notice. If you wish to speak to the school board, you will be able to do so at the start of the school board meeting during open forum. A sign up for open forum speakers is available online on the board webpage from 3 to 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to provide time for instructions to connect to the meeting to be sent to speakers. You may sign in only for yourself, not for other individuals or groups. The order of speakers will be established on a first come, first served basis. Due to time limitations, we will limit the number of speakers to 15, with each speaker receiving 3 minutes. You will need the ability to join the meeting electronically, either by phone or online. You will receive instructions for joining the meeting 30 to 60 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. Stillwater Area School District welcomes input from citizens as community involvement fosters better decision-making and improved learning experiences for all students. While comments and questions are welcome during open forum, law prohibits the board from discussing concerns about individual employees or students in a public meeting. We will stop the proceedings immediately if employee or student privacy issues are raised and direct the speaker to forward comments regarding individual employees or students to the superintendent. Because we are modeling civil discourse for our community, speakers must present their testimony in a respectful manner. Vulgarity, character attacks, malice, or specific complaints identifying staff or students by name or implication will not be permitted. The board will not deliberate, discuss, or engage in conversation with speakers during open forum. However, the board may ask administration to review the concerns presented. And with that, I will ask Karista Keister, do we have speakers tonight?
We do. We have one speaker this evening, Eva Lee. I see Eva's just joining us. We'll wait for her mic to turn on. Eva, you can hear us? We're all set.
Not deliberate, discuss, or
Yes,
engage
hello.
in conversation with
Turn
speakers.
down the board meeting in the background. Thank you. And then we're ready for you to go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Go ahead when you're ready, Eva.
Hello, my name is Eva Lee. I live in Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Dear Stillwater School Board Directors and the 834 community, we have hard work ahead. We have hard conversations in our futures. There are hard truths that must be spoken and brought to light. With this in mind, I think it is important to remind the board that every adult involved in the education of our students owes it to them to model a growth mindset during this historic era, this latest chapter in America's civil rights movement that is unfolding in our community. As leaders in the education of our youth, you, the school board, have a unique opportunity to model an appropriate response to the situations unfolding surrounding the murder of George Floyd. You have a responsibility to model a growth mindset and a willingness to learn from others, to change and grow from the shared stories and histories of our community. I am very disheartened to learn that a current member of the board is failing at her duties to the community on this front. Director Riley, you have turned down opportunities to learn from our communities of color on multiple occasions. As an example, during the 2018-2019 school year, you, as well as 3 other previous board members, refused to participate in student-requested culturally competent leadership training. You refused to participate not once, but twice. Director Riley, you have also pushed back on current board training that was requested by our BIPOC students after it was shared that racial slurs were being used by Stillwater students and staff. Director Riley, I hope you will attend the next training in the series offered by Paula Forbes that occurs on Tuesday. A refusal to attend the training will be a clear sign to the community that you are dismissive of the concerns of the BIPOC community. I ask, what example are you setting for our students and staff? Is it okay for staff to skip training offered by the district? I would assume everyone in the community does not agree with that. The board must model behavior that is stellar. You are the gold standard for our students and staff. In this vein, I kindly ask that the board please refrain from checking personal devices during meetings. Please acknowledge and respect community members that are speaking by looking at their faces during presentations and giving them your full attention. To do otherwise is simply dismissive. Please model a professional decorum by being mindful of your facial expressions and body language. This is a professional space. Please act like it is. I bring this up because it has been a cause of concern by many in our community. I am hopeful the training offered by Paula Forbes, which includes equity training, will help to build a working relationship among the board. I encourage each board member to commit to the process and bring a good faith effort to the training. Although it can be difficult to change and consider things from others' points of view, I have faith that you will strive to do just that. As leaders of our school district, you have a special responsibility to model a growth mindset during these tumultuous times. You have the ability to set the tone of our schools.
Your time is up.
To encourage dialogue, introspection, healing, and growth. I encourage you and all of our educators to seize the opportunity and do something meaningful with this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And that concludes our open forum this evening.
Thank you, Director Keister. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. A is minutes of April 8th. B is disbursement register. C is accept gifts and donations. D is treasurer's report. E is food service, milk and dairy procurement. F is amended 2020 to 2021 transportation contract with Twin City Transportation. G is Stonebridge Elementary renovations. H is Anderson Elementary rooftop unit replacement project. I is human resources personnel report. And J is separation agreement with employee. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda? Director Sherman, is there a second? Director Hockert. Okay, is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take the roll on the consent agenda. Joan?
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbeni,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg, Chair Petrie.
Yes.
You have a 6-0 vote. Motion passes.
Thank you, Joan. Moving on to the reports section of our meeting. The first item is contract reviews. Dr. Time.
Thank you, Board Chair, board members, and Superintendent. In your packet, you will find 16 contracts that are under review or have been reviewed by administration and are recommended for you to take a look and ask any questions if you so desire. And I guess I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Are there any questions for Dr. Time? Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to the next one, which is the federal CARES funding update. Also, Dr. Time.
Good evening again. On your screen, you'll notice that there's a document that says Federal CARES Funding Update. And I think it's been pretty clear that in the news, there have been a number of federal acts that have been put forward by both President Trump and by President Biden and have been approved by the joint Congress. So I'd like to go to the next page and show the three major pieces of federal legislation that have been approved. The first is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, and that was passed on March 27th, 2020. The second is the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act, and that was signed into law on December 27th, 2020. And the last, or the final piece, is the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, signed into law on March 11th, 2021. You'll know that I have talked to you a number of times about the funding that's going to be available. And today I'll probably be able to, or I will give you a more up-to-date information and will help the board plan for the future. On the next page, you'll see the first item is the CARES Act, and that's from March of 2020 funding. And it includes the Educational Stabilization Fund, CARES, Round 1. That money must be spent by September 30th, 2022. It includes the Governor's Emergency Relief Fund, GEAR, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, ESSER, and those funds must be spent by September 30th, 2022 also. And they're all made up and turned into the Coronavirus Relief Fund, or the CRF, spending concluded on December 31st, 2020. There'll be a future breakdown of the amounts and where they're spent as we progress. Now, the GEARS funding authorized uses, the Governor's Emergency Relief Fund, are available for technology access, summer school programming, increase in staffing and transportation, grants focused on underserved communities. And also I want the board to be aware that our non-public schools, those that chose to, have the ability to participate in this, and a number have. The ESSER fund authorization uses elementary and secondary school relief, or some people remember it as the kind of related to the Title I. Activities authorized by federal education law are approved. COVID preparedness and response activities with other agencies. Resources to address school needs. Activities to address the unique needs of our learners, including outreach and social service delivery. And on the next page are some additional uses: the development and implementing procedures and systems to improve the district preparedness and response, training and professional development for staff on sanitation and mitigation, and the purchasing of supplies to sanitize and clean our schools. There are additional uses that are approved by the government: planning for and coordinating during the long-term closures, including provisions of meals. And you probably remember the district was offering meals to our community, required childcare resources. And you remember our community ed program, that was a issue that they addressed. And a big one is access to technology. And that's been a key mark or a hallmark of this plan. In addition to purchasing additional technology and mental health services and support. And I believe the last one, authorized use, are planning and implementing activities related to summer learning and supplemental after-school programs, which I know our board has talked about, and other activities that are necessary to maintain the operation of and the continuity of the district educational services, and continuing to employ existing staff. Now, the CRF funds, and this, there's not a test, don't worry afterwards. You won't have to fill any papers out. The Coronavirus Relief Fund, the operational costs, cleaning, screening supplies, personal protection equipment, and transportation costs are authorized use. Supporting students, family, and educator needs, and those needs would include technology devices and internet access, tutors and mentors, translation services, school age care for essential workers, and professional development. Activities necessary to maintain the operation and the continuity of the educational services are also included. Additional authorized use, those are the authorized uses for the CAR. The CRRSA, the Coronavirus Response Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act, authorized uses are additional funds for educational stabilization funds, CARES Round 2. They must be spent by December 30th of 2023. Additional ESSER funds with added uses addressing academic support among students, school facilities repairs and improvement, inspection, testing, maintenance, and other projects designed to improve indoor air quality in facilities. And you will notice in past agendas that there have been a number of those concerns addressed. The final one, I know you're probably anxious for that, is the American Rescue Plan. And that was just approved in March of 2021. Additional funds for the Educational Stabilization Fund, CARES 3, include GEAR and ESSER funds. Awaiting allocation amounts and spending restrictions from MDE anticipated after April 20th. We did just the other day receive our amount, and I have to tell you, I am a titch disappointed in what we received, but I'm glad we received some amount and some support. And these must be spent by September 30th of 2024. Now, accessing these funds, how do we get a hold of them? The funds are available for a specific period of time. In other words, I've mentioned some dates. You have to apply for them and you have to expend them according to the process that's put forward by the Department of Education. These are one-time funds and one-time only. Application and budgets must be submitted and approved for access. And we may only use the funds for qualified and approved expenses. Now, here's probably the meat, and I think we've got past that already, Carissa. The CARES funding revenue summary, and this breaks down where the money, the amount of the money, and in the next slide, we will talk about where it has been spent. The CRF funds were available from July until December. The amount of the CARES Act 1 was $2,118,344. That money has been claimed and has been expended according to the federal guidelines that were available. CARES 2, which is the GEARS funding, Act 1, and the ESSER funds, Act 1, and the ESSER funds CARES Act 1. And that total is $501,725. Those funds have also been submitted for approval, have been accepted, and have been used according to the prescribed amounts. CARES 2, which is in the third column, has been set aside, and it's $992,181. The ability to access has not been made available to districts yet, and the guidelines have not been made available to the districts. But we do have some administrative ideas of where that money should go, and I will bring those up. CARES 2, which was just approved the other day, the amount, was made available to it, is $1,966,065. And I said earlier that I was somewhat disappointed in the amount. I hope that would be a little bit higher. This is based on Title I funding formula. And just to give you some idea, a district that I worked with previously, both of them, I'll give you two. One was a little over 13 million in a district that's just very similar in size. And the other one was a large metropolitan district, and that amount was over $200 million. So you can see that it's based basically on free and reduced and protected class students. The total amount we're going to be available for relief to help take care of our COVID funding, our expenditures is going to be $5,578,315. There may be some additional ESSER and GEAR funds, and that has not been awarded at this time. Now, where that money has been spent, I put the X's in. In the CRF funds, that's been spent in technology, kindergarten programming, elementary education, secondary education, staff development, operation and maintenance, health services, some summer meals, and of course, school-age childcare. CARES 2 has been, again, technology, which has been a big driver, healthcare services, summer meals, and school-age children. And that will give relief to not only the general fund, but will help the food service fund and community education, which was in need of it. CARES 3, we've talked about programming, technology. Summer programming is the big one here, which we're hoping that funding is available in the very near future. To be determined, operation and maintenance, and some healthcare services. And the CARES 3 is to be determined yet. And again, the numbers do match up, or should match up in the end, and I believe they do. What's next? Well, we are waiting for further information on accessing the CARES 2 funding. We are waiting further information on CARES Round 3. We're going to continue to develop next year's budget, and we're going to continue providing update to our board and our community on what's next. I would be happy to try to address any questions that you may have concerning the COVID funding.
Thank you, Dr. Tyne. Board members, do you have questions? Director Onken.
John, just one real quick. We talked about this in the Finance and Ops meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the CARES 3, were we thinking that was going to be closer to 3 million, and now it's closer to 2?
Hoping, that was my hope, that it was going to be more than 3, and I put a guess on, and I should learn better to guess. It's about 2 million, and we're hoping that there might be some ESSER or GEAR money that might be following that down the road. But
okay, thank you.
So, but thank you. Yes.
Director Hockert.
Thank you, Chair Peachy. Thank you for that presentation. That was a lot of information, John. That was very compressed, though. It seems like we're going to be getting a decent amount of money in total, have some of it spent, some of it still coming. Kind of what are some of the challenges that you can anticipate with getting so much money that needs to be spent in certain ways? And are there any areas that kind of miss the mark or fall short where we aren't getting funding for areas that we need funding for?
Well, you know, the two big areas that we were concerned with, I guess there are 4 that I would, and I'm not trying to overstep my bounds. I'm sure the superintendent would chime in if she feels it's different. One would be technology, which was a big issue, and especially during the pandemic, and how we are going to communicate with our staff, our students, and our community. That was important for us. So technology. Second one was our child care program. That was really important to make sure that we're taking care of our young kids and our families, and that there were a lot of families under stress that we needed to deal with. The other one was the food service program. We wanted to make sure that that was covered and that meals were taken care of because a lot of kids, students were not in school and they were missing their meals. And this was an opportunity to help get food to families in need. And the third one I had just on my tip of the tongue. Oh, summer school. And that's a big one to help our students catch up if they missed any time because they're scheduled during the pandemic. So those were I think my 4 big ones. And then there was the mitigation, the healthcare programs, the mental health and support, and then some things in some of our buildings for our staff too. So we've tried to spread it around. This funding is a little more flexible in some ways, and we would be able to use it to help support programming in place. The biggest concern I have is that our enrollment suffered. So although this looks like a lot of money to the lay person sitting at home watching it, I want you to be aware that when you lose 300 kids, you lose that funding. That funding decrease will show up immediately in the audit this year. And it depends what's going to happen in revenue next year. So I am personally, and I know the administrative staff is concerned about that revenue loss. And we're going to have to use these funds to try to supplement that and keep us moving forward. The advantage that we do have is that one, there are two advantages I feel that are important. One, we have a fund balance. And the fund balance, though, remember that was built on not settling contracts in the last 2 years. So I just want to make you aware of that. As we pay for those back salaries, that's going to have to come up probably out of the fund balance or the majority of it. And the other thing, which is not a good thing, you hate to lose staff members ever, but we have staff members who have retired. And when those folks have made the decision to retire, it allows us to maintain some staff members and make those reductions in a humane and decent way. So I'm pleased about that.
Thank you. Director Riley.
Thanks. John, when you say make some reductions with the staff as they retire, and how does that look? Does that reflect class size, or does that reflect lesser paying staff coming in?
Well, it's really the situation is because we've lost a number of students, Director Riley. There are classrooms that there aren't kids in, so we don't need teachers. And rather than having to cut somebody or reduce a staff member, that individual retired. And there was I give credit to human resources and our principals. They were able to juggle and move people around to fill those spots and do it in a humane way. So it was a way to, it's the least painful way to reduce the budget that you can.
Can I just follow up a second? I know we have, we have a loss of about 300, but it's not specifically 30 first graders or 30 second grader. It's so that adds complexity to, that's kind of where I was going with.
It does. It makes it very complex. And, when you add students, if one more student shows up in a classroom, the teacher will probably say, well, it's extra work, but there's always room for one more. But when you lose a student out of a classroom, one student, that doesn't lower the workload of a teacher. And it really has a big effect on revenue. So reduction really it's difficult to handle. Growth is not easy, but it's far preferred to loss of students. We're hoping that that'll turn around. And I think the superintendent has told me that there are a number of kids that are making the choice to come back home. And we want to welcome them and tell them we'd be glad to look forward to hiring more teachers if that is needed.
Okay, other questions?
I'm just grateful you stayed awake for the whole thing because it's a lot of acronyms and numbers. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Time. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, and that is the Racial and Educational Equity Resolution. Dr. Cherry.
Thank you, Chair Petrie and members of the board. Happy to be here this evening to provide information and a report on the development of a resolution for racial and educational equity that our school administrators and leaders have been working on. As we look at why a resolution, why at this time, we think back to our mission as a school district. The mission of Stillwater Area Public Schools, in partnership with students, family, and the community, is to develop curious individuals who are active and engaged leaders in an ever-changing world by challenging all students as they travel along their personalized learning pathways. I see that mission every day as I walk in the front doors of the CSB. And my goal as a leader in this district is to ensure that everything we do is driven with that mission in mind. As a district, we believe every student deserves access to public schools that are safe, welcoming, and affirming. We believe every student deserves a school community that recognizes and celebrates their multiple identities. And we believe that limitless potential exists in all of our students. The Minnesota Department of Education defines educational equity as the conditions of justice, fairness, and inclusion in our systems of education so that all students have access to the opportunities to learn and develop to their fullest potential. A resolution provides a framework for our district's response to student, family, and community members' call to action. We've received an open letter from high school students and alumni last summer. In response, we did have a school board directed response in a statement called our equity statement, and that was a great start. We've done quite a bit this year to respond to the call from our students in that open letter. We held a student leadership conference this month where our students shared with us many ideas and talked about their experiences in our schools. We've had family and community member questions and concerns on an ongoing basis about how are we actually meeting that mission to develop curious individuals? How are we challenging all of our students as they travel along those personalized learning pathways? At this time, a resolution would provide a framework for our district's response to the student, family, and community members' call to action. We need to promote our policies, procedures, and practices that eliminate predictable outcomes that we've seen and we've heard about based on race. And so moving forward, what we're looking at is we have had a lot of stakeholder voice that has been helpful in getting us this far. This has been instrumental for informing the need for a resolution, and we continue to learn from our students and our families and our staff and community members' experiences. At this time, we are drawing upon these rich experiences and leaning on our educational experts to mold these stories into a guiding document for us. At this time, here's the process and the timeline for moving forward. We district administrators are currently working with our SCEA leadership and district consultants to craft a draft resolution for racial and educational equity. Next week, we'll begin sharing the draft with employee group representatives and various student leaders. And then after obtaining input and feedback, we anticipate that we will have a resolution ready to present to the school board as a report for information at your May 13th school board meeting. Pending any feedback from the board, we anticipate being prepared to come back to you again before the end of this school year closes out with a recommendation for adoption of a resolution for racial and educational equity. We believe that as a school district, a resolution for racial and educational equity will help guide and inform the development of our equity vision, our strategic planning, our policies, and our professional development. At this time, I'm presenting this information for the board's review, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about what we've heard, what we've experienced, and where we hope to go from here to meet all of our students' needs.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry. Questions, Director Riley.
Thank you. I'm glad to see this on here tonight. I had questions early on because there was no background information that was sent over. I hope we can do a little bit better with getting our materials to board members 6 states as policy states. But I am curious, wanting to understand a little bit more about this as far as what we have in process currently. As I know we've been working, we have achievement integration funding that we need to work with to, increase outcomes and opportunities. And if our academic achievements aren't where they need to be, that actually decreases opportunities for those students. We're working on World's Best Workforce right now, which is a part of that as well. And so I'm kind of curious with the work that we're doing, how is that different than this? And as far as our policies go, what do we have policy-wise that is inhibiting the district from being the best it could be? I don't know if I'm speaking correctly or if you're understanding what I'm saying. Is there something that we're missing in our policies, or are we just not following through with policies that are in place? So sorry, it's kind of.
That's a lot in that question, Director Riley. So I'll do my best to try to respond. And please press me for additional information if I don't answer the intent or the heart of what you're asking. A resolution is a North Star. It's that guiding document for our school district to move forward. As you look at policies and practices and a variety of other bodies of work that we currently have in place, this provides that overarching framework for what we believe and what we are committed to doing. So as you ask about the policies that we currently have in place, and are there policies in place that are not currently in alignment with a racial and educational equity vision, that is ongoing work. And what we're looking to at this time is look at a resolution that gives us that framework to look at every single policy through the lens of providing an educational experience that is equitable for all of our students, our staff, and our families. And so as we look at just a couple of the policies in a silo, we could do that. We could look at our equal educational opportunity policy and say, that's it, that does it. Or we could look at our harassment, violence, and discrimination policy, and we could say, right there, that does it. But what a resolution does is it provides that umbrella, the framework for how we do this work.
It's kind of we want this resolution to be our DNA, and it goes into everything else we do with the World's Best Workforce, the Portrait of a Graduate, and then that takes it into the strategic plan and all of the school improvement plans. So this is kind of a foundational piece or DNA.
Thank you. I guess my real question is that is what our expectation is already. I'm assuming under World's Best Workforce and achievement integration. So I feel like it's kind of doubling up a little bit. So I'm just trying to understand how it all just pieces together when the expectation, I would hope, is already there to have, better outcomes than we do.
I can appreciate that, definitely. I think that is all of our hope. And again, a framework that really guides all of our work is what we are working on at this time.
Director Parvani.
First, I'd like to say thank you, Chair Petrie, for giving me the opportunity to speak. First, I'd like to say thank you to the administration, Melinda, you and your team, for the work that you're doing. This is the first I've seen in the district, and I'm truly, really happy that we've taken this step. I had an opportunity to listen to the conference that was held, and I was extremely impressed. So I'd like to say a big thank you to you. It's a first step. There's a lot more work to be done. And I really appreciate you looking at it from a broader perspective. Director Riley talked about, some of the programs that have been in place. But the question then is, what impact have those programs had? That's my question. What impact have they had? If they truly have had the impact that we really are talking about, then I think we wouldn't have had the issues that we've had. So instead of trying to separate, I think it's important for us to look at what those programs truly have done or have not actually done for our students collectively. I'm not talking about just students of college, I'm talking about all students. There must be an impact. We spend a lot of time talking, we spend a lot of time, we spend a lot of money, we spend so much time involved in a lot of these activities. These programs have been there, Director Riley. What impact have they had? So I think what this team has been able to do within a short period of time, I think it's extremely commendable. The engagement of the students, all students this time around, is also very commendable. And I'm truly, really proud of what this administration has been able to do in this area. For next steps, hopefully we'll look into the programs that you spoke about and see if there is something lacking, or to see if those would be part of the solutions, but also be improved in ways where there will be impact to the activities. Because it's true, having things on paper and not really having an impact in any one of what is going on is a waste of not only our time, but it's a huge waste of resources. Like I always say, these activities are not necessarily for BIPOC students. These are activities that collectively for all of us, for all of our children, for the betterment of our worldview, but also for the betterment of us as human beings. So knowledge is extremely powerful when you know it. So these are fantastic opportunities, and I can't thank you enough. I know we have a lot more work to do, but Melinda, I really again want to say thank you to you and your team. I know you have great things ahead. Engaging our students. My daughter was part of this process, so I mean, I know what came out of that conference. So a lot of her friends as well. So thank you for doing this, and I look forward to more opportunities, engaging our community, engaging our students, and us being the light of not just our district, but also the state of Minnesota and possibly the country as a whole. So thanks again.
Thank you. I just want to say it's a team effort, and everybody on the team has been working very, very hard to move things forward. So we need to thank the entire team, and agree with what each of you are saying. And part of this work will be discussed and move forward with the sessions with Paula Forbes. And we do need to look at measurements, and we need to see if what we're doing is actually working and having the impact that it was intended to. And so I'm excited to continue to move things in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, I think Allison had her hand up a bit ago, so I'll go to Allison first, and then I'll go to Tina, and then Katie, did you have, yeah, so then Katie next. All right, so Director Sherman.
It's always hard to look at this and then not have something. I appreciate the information so that we know it's coming and that these conversations are being had. It's always hard to react because I am a little bit like, how is this going to work with the board statement? And I understand that it's the framework overall, and I'm really excited about the work. I think that if it can encompass everything from, how our teachers are trained, the culture and the environment and the social and emotional supports that our students receive. And then also the effectiveness of the programming. That it's like there's multiple ways to look at our programming and our environment. And I think what struck me the most from last summer was just that we have a lot to do to create a more welcoming and inclusive environment. And I think that if we can do more of that work, that important work, some of the academic results will come as I've had conversations. So my one question is, in this work, I know I'm thrilled that the students are involved. Are families going to be surveyed, or, you know, can we do anything? And I guess Carissa is probably here. Can we do anything to make sure the voices of really what matters to our families, our BIPOC families, is reflected in this, in addition to our students?
Yeah, we can look at different measuring tools. There's one out there right now that we are just starting to explore this week. It's brought it up before in a board meeting, Equimetrics, and some associates that Paula Forbes has worked with. There's a survey right now that they do with the community, and with our 916 membership, I believe the survey is $10,000. 916 would cover $8,000. So our district would be responsible for 2. So Dr. Cherry and I are learning more about that, and we'll connect with Connie Hayes and the associates, and I believe Edina and a few other districts. They're hoping for 10 districts to do this together, so we can work together and see what's working and not, because it's a big job, and everybody's right now trying to move things forward. I believe Anoka Hennepin, our largest school district, has started with them as well, and they're seeing some great results with hundreds of community members responding to that. So that's just one option, and we'll be bringing more information to the board as we have it. And Carissa, it looks like you're here too.
Just one other thing I would offer too is to help give some context. We talked about this being kind of the foundation or framework. There will be a lot more work done. This resolution is not the one and done piece. So your question about engagement, as we're looking at policies, as we're looking at creating an equity statement, as we're, some of these other pieces that we've talked about, especially with the strategic plan, there will be numerous and varied opportunities for all of our stakeholders to get involved in that. So just know that if you don't hear a lot about it from the resolution standpoint, it's because there's a lot more coming in the work that follows this too.
Well, and I was personally glad just to hear you're involving. It seems like we're getting within this work, we're getting a little bit more of a 360 look, both from hopefully the family's perspective, the students' perspective, the staff, as we have a goal of kind of hiring more BIPOC staff members. You know, I want to make sure that we have supports in place that are helping them succeed and feel fulfilled in their jobs. And so, I mean, it's a 360, right? I mean, we have to look at every aspect of the organization, and I'm glad that we're doing that. And it's all about achievement. So, and just creating a really welcoming and an inclusive environment. And I'm thrilled that this is being brought to us now. So I look forward to the work.
Director Riley.
Thank you. If I could go back just a second and speak to Director Perbeni. I actually appreciate and agree with what you said, and it's what I've been advocating for since I ran for board. So I am thankful you're here to help support that. So thank you.
Director Hockert.
Thank you. I am very, very excited to hear about this work that's going on and kind of all the information funneling in from different sources. Kind of my two-pronged question, of course, is one, what kind of resources is this group kind of using to inform this resolution? And then kind of just a big philosophical question of why do we need this now? Why is it this moment in history that we need to address this? And since equity has been a topic of discussion for years and years now, like why are we doing it this way now?
Director Hackford, that's an excellent question. And I just want to go back to what Director Riley opened with. She opened with an excellent question. And that is, we're doing all of these things right now, right? We have our achievement and integration work. We have our world's best workforce work. We have these various policies that are supposed to be getting at providing educational opportunities that serve all students well. And what we have is we have things that are operating a little bit in silos and chunks. We also are at a momentous time in history. I don't think I need to explain that one very much about the racial injustices that are occurring throughout our state and our country, and how those are coming to light, and how that is being risen up to the surface, and how our students and our families are experiencing those injustices and their impacts on the education and the educational environment. The time is now. We need this now. We are continuing to hear from our communities, our students and our families, that they need us as an educational system to be very clear in what we stand up for and who we stand with. And so this is an attempt to make it explicitly clear that we are supportive of all of our students, and that includes our students of color, our families of color. And we want to make sure that we are acknowledging that we have work to do. We have to look at our policies. We have to look at our practices. We have to look at our programming and look at every opportunity that we have to maintain or to make sure that we disrupt any of those injustices or any of those barriers that are in place that are prohibiting any of our students from reaching their full potential. So the time is now, and we have a lot of work to do. So this is an attempt to have that guiding focus. And once we have that in place, then it's really digging into the work of how we as a system are going to make sure that we're providing the best educational experience possible for all of our students.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, I am extremely happy that the district administration is doing this work. I think it is something that we need to do at this point in time, and I'm sure we'll have a lot more questions when this resolution actually comes to us. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. So thank you for doing this work.
Thank you.
Okay, so when we're going to move on to the next item, which is the first policy reading for 704, 705, 706, and 714. Dr. Cherry.
Thank you, Chair Petrie and members of the board. Switching topics now to our policies related to finance. This evening, we are sharing 4 new additional finance policies. 3 of these policies are coming to you as modifications to current policies we have in our books, and 1 is brand new. So I will start with policy 704. This is the development and maintenance of an inventory of fixed assets and a fixed assets accounting system. We are bringing this forward for its first reading. This is a new policy. Stillwater does not currently have a similar policy in place. The purpose of this policy is to provide for the development and maintenance of an inventory of fixed assets of the school district and the establishment and maintenance of a fixed asset accounting system. As we look at this, this is the MSBA model policy, the Minnesota School Board Association suggested model policy. We have not made any suggested changes at this time to that model policy. The great thing about working with the MSBA model policies is we, as a member of MSBA, if there are ever any changes with the model policy, we're notified of those right away. And so we want to really avoid any major modifications or changes to the language. And so bringing this forward for a first read and and then I will move on to the next one, which is policy 705, and it's labeled investments. We do have an existing policy 705 investments in place. It was previously numbered R5.5. And the purpose of this policy is to establish guidelines for the investment of school district funds. There are very minor revisions from what is presented in the MSBA model policy to what we currently have on our books. And there are just a couple of minor modifications. The model policy adds new information under section 10, or Roman numeral X, section B 1 and 2. And this is about the investment officer preparing and presenting a table to the board for review and approval of the maximum percentage of the total investments. There is also another new item in the model policy under section 14 B and C, which indicates that quarterly investment reports in an annual report within 90 days at the end of the fiscal year. This is something that staff does this. It is required by law, it's just not in our current policy. And so we bring policy 705, investments, with minor revisions to the board for review in its first reading. Moving on to the next one, which is policy 706, acceptance of gifts. On our current set of policies, we do have a current policy 706, and it is titled gifting. It was previously numbered R 4.6.12. So it's a minor name change here. There are some additional minor language changes. There is the big shift and change in this is that it removes some of the procedural aspects, which would be reserved for administrative procedures that would be developed to ensure that there was implementation of the board policy. The purpose of this one, again, is the policy is to provide guidelines for the acceptance of gifts by the school board. The school board has the sole authority to determine whether any gift or any precondition, condition, or limitation on use included in a proposed gift furthers the interests of or benefits the school district and whether it should be accepted or rejected. And so policy 706 with these revisions is brought to you with for the first reading. And then finally, the last one is policy 714, fund balances. This is very similar to the fund balance policy we currently have in place. Policy 714, previously numbered R5.4, is our current policy. And this is the MSBA model policy. The definitions are still the same, very, very, very slight modifications. There is in our policy that we currently have on our books, there's a redundant chart which summarizes those definitions. That's taken off. The policy that's being presented to you this evening is the MSBA model policy. And the purpose is to create new fund balance classifications to allow for more useful fund balance reporting and for compliance with the reporting guidelines specified in statement number 54 of the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. And with that, those are the 4 policies that are being shared with the board tonight for a first reading.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry. Okay, questions and comments. Director Weisberg, and then I'll go to Director Onken.
Thank you. On policy 705, Roman numeral VA, it says the blank of the school district is designated as the investment officer. So what will that be? Who will that be?
So that is where the board would have to identify that. We would recommend that is our Director of Finance. The investment policy that is currently in place in the school district lists the assistant superintendent for business. And as you know, we do not currently have that role in our system. So, but the most closely aligned role would be the director of finance. The alternative would be to just list the superintendent, as the superintendent or designee is listed in a number of our policies.
And then this is my only other question, as far as the policies that you said we currently do have, if we approve these policies, will that negate the other policies? Will it revoke the other policies? What needs to happen?
So what this is it would be a revision to those existing policies. We do have a policy 70, I'll just use the one you just used. You just brought up policy 705. We do have that existing policy in place. What it would do is it would remove the old language off of that policy and add this new model policy language.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Onken, no. Anyone else have a question or a comment? Okay, thank you very much. So this will move on to a second reading at our next meeting. Okay, so then the next item is the second policy reading for policy 701, 701.1, 702, and 703. Dr. Cherry, I believe that's you again.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. And just a note on the last item, I do want to just make a statement that if board members or anyone from the community is interested in providing suggestions for any modifications to these policies, to please contact me directly or Director Hockert, who is the chair of the policy working group. And so at this time, we're going to walk through the second reading of the first four finance policies that were presented at our last meeting. And I believe Director Hockert is going to take it from here.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cherry. So for our second reading of policies 701, 701.1, 702, and 703, I have a little bit of more information to add. At our last meeting, Dr. Cherry presented these all as foundational financial policies. They are all, of course, new policies to our district, and they are all MSBA model policies. As Dr. Cherry was mentioning, due to the legal requirements, we really can't do a whole lot of changes without involving a legal team. So we pretty much are keeping them as is. Well, that was the recommendation to begin. Tonight is for discussion for our second reading. We won't be taking any action until our next meeting, but we are seeking additional input from staff and board members and ultimately the community as well to weigh in before our next meeting for our third and final reading. At our first reading, it was brought to our attention that by Director Riley that the wording in policy 701 section 4C could possibly be in conflict with policy 721.1. So before our policy working group met last week, I contacted MSBA for some advice and guidance. I was able to connect with Tiffany Gustin, who is a former finance director and very well versed in financial policies, as well as Joel Stencil, who is a former auditor. Right away, Tiffany said that there definitely is a conflict between C and 721.1 as it reads now. So we kind of discussed two different avenues that we as a board could take. We could approve model policy 701 as is and revoke 721.1 as a conflicting policy, or we could add wording to C, essentially deferring to 721.1 as a superseding policy, which then ties these two policies kind of together. We would add words like according to or subject to policy 721.1 at the end of C. So then we turn to kind of evaluating policy 721.1 on its merits and trying to give us some direction to bring back to the board on how to proceed. So during that conversation, Tiffany offered some kind of interesting thoughts to consider in our decision. First of all, as an outsider looking at this policy, it is clear to her that it is a reactionary policy, that it responded to some situation that swings the pendulum a little bit too far into the direction of board overreach. She could tell that it was definitely an attempt to set clear expectations for staff, but resulted in a policy with unclear wording that made it kind of difficult to implement. She pointed to some specific words like budgetary authority and pertinent documentation that would need further definition for staff to kind of follow and carry out in their procedures. She also said that in attracting new administrative talents, this could be perceived as kind of a red flag policy, that it kind of demonstrates distrust between the administration and alerts professionals to an overreaching board. And it further entrenches distrust in policy, which is not really a sign of a well-functioning system. So I agreed with her that this was an issue that we needed to discuss as a board because we absolutely need to attract the best and brightest professionals to serve our district. So this revelation kind of gave me some grave concerns, and especially if we end up conducting a superintendent search in the next year or end up needing another finance director. Hopefully nothing happens to John, but that could be in our future as well. In addition to that, she also mentioned that the very first paragraph quotes statute 123B.09, and she did say that if that statute would ever change, it would break this policy. And since there was no review cycle or recommendation for anyone to legally monitor this statute, we kind of were we would need to put something in place for sure. And basically every time we review this policy, we will need to involve our legal team since we are not utilizing MSBA resources, as this is not a policy, an MSBA model policy. So we couldn't rely on their legal team to alert us if that statute ever changes. Then she talked about kind of the policy itself and looking at how it duplicates work for staff. She kind of asked the question of everything under $50,000, isn't that already coming to the board on our monthly check register and also accessible to the board and quite frankly the public at any time upon request. So it's creating extra time and effort on clerical work for our staff. And she even asked if we had hired new staff to cover the work in adherence to this policy due to the amount of work that she was anticipating it would be taking. So I would definitely love to hear from our staff to hear how much time is actually being spent on this policy. And I'd also be interested if they would hear, basically tell me if all of these anticipated challenges are playing out for us in practice. And then one more final point, and then I'll be done, I promise, is that she brought up that it duplicates work for our board working groups as well. As part of this policy, all of our contracts need to go through committee and associated committee before going to the board. So it kind of creates an extra step. In reality, my big question was then, what happens if that board working group decides not to recommend that policy, or not that policy, that contract to the board? What happens next? So I'd love to hear from the finance and ops group to kind of hear how this policy has impacted them, as I believe they're the ones dealing with most of our contracts. So I shared all these concerns with our policy working group last week, and we felt this definitely warrants further discussion at the board table. And I would like others to weigh in from administration, committees, board, and the community in the next week or two. And I welcome a thorough discussion so that we can make the best decision for our district. So with that, who would like to jump in?
Thank you, Director Hockert. I'll take it from here.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Director Ronkin. And then Director Weisberg after that.
So what I've gotten as far as information from people I've talked to about committees, former board members, things like that, and folks like that, is that they should be a very limited scope. even to the point that some of these committees really should be more ad hoc as opposed to meeting regularly or on a regular basis. I tend to agree with that simply because we are a board of one, and most of the stuff should come to the board for us to make a decision on. And so all of our RFPs that come through, they're going to come to the board anyway, so that we can take a vote on them, or they can be put into the consent agenda. And we do have professionals that do work with a budget, so they know how much money they can spend. So far, it has not caused a problem, so to speak, because we've been able to talk through things at the committee level, but then we haven't denied anything. We have sent it all on for a vote by the full board. Where I can see this policy coming into being an issue will be as we are doing some larger construction projects, there could be an issue with change orders. For an example, we have some maintenance coming up at the track at the middle school. And if you're starting to dig up that track and then all of a sudden you find out that you're going to have to do some ground repair because there's chemicals in the ground or something like that, and it's going to cost over $50,000, do they just put the shovels down and they wait for us to meet? And then that's costing more money because we have them under contract, or do we leave that in the hands of of our administrators who say, okay, we know this is going to cost us a little more money. We know in the budget situation that it's going to have to come from our budget, from our long-term facilities maintenance budget. And then we know next year we may not be able to do this other project, and we're going to have to move that down the road a little bit. So do we leave it up to them to make that decision, which that's why we hire them to do that. So it would seem like that would make the most sense. And there's really no reason for it to come back to committee, in my mind anyway. So I'll leave my comment there.
Thank you. Director Weisberg.
Thank you. I think there's a little bit of misunderstandings about working groups and what can happen. Director Hockert made the comment about working groups making a decision. What if a working group rejected something and it didn't come to the board? That's not possible. Working groups, decisions don't get made in working groups. Recommendations are brought to the board. Everything has to be decided on by the board. So that shouldn't be a concern at all. My big problem with this is I know we have a very huge philosophical difference in how people view the rule of the board. And my philosophy is we are here for oversight. I understand listening to Director Onkert, Onken, excuse me, he doesn't want to have oversight. He's told me several times he thinks our goal should be to trust everybody. Well, you can trust people all you want. I had the same conversation with Director Hockert. I said, if I have kids that are out, I'm going to stay up to be sure they got home safely. And she said, you must not trust your children. And I said, no, I want to stay up and be sure that they got home when they said they're going to get home. I don't think my role on the board is any different. I was elected to oversee the finances of this district. If I'm just saying, oh, you know what, I'm going to trust you do your job. I hope you do your job, but it's my job to be sure that that job gets done. So to me, this is just another way of getting rid of things that the previous board worked very hard to put in place, just like getting rid of board reports, just like getting rid of me being able to introduce anything to the finance working group. To me, we're going backwards, and we're going to the age where board members just showed up and signed everything and said, yep, that looks great. And I have a real problem with that. Thank you.
We'll go next to Director Onken and then Director Sherman after that.
In order to have a good working relationship, we need to be able to trust the professionals that we are working with. And that is why we have an audit every year. And that audit comes out to show whether or not that we've been able to be fiscally responsible with our money. It's not that it's not going to come to the board. And I did incorrectly say that we don't make a decision at those committee meetings. So that is correct. Everything still comes to the board. So why would we duplicate those services? I mean, if it's going to come to the board anyway as a report or come to the board as an action item, we're going to be able to listen to it. In my mind, again, if you wanted to make these committees ad hoc where your finance director and or your superintendent wanted to say, hey, we want to run something by you first before we come to the board. We want to get some feedback on this. Sure, makes complete sense to me. That to me is oversight. And yeah, Dr. Weisberg, we have a difference of opinion on what oversight is. I think it's overreach, but and you think it's oversight. That's okay. We can agree to disagree on those things. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the way I'm doing it is wrong and the way you're doing it is right, or vice versa. It's a difference of opinion. So let's leave it at that. And again, it's duplication of services, honestly.
Director Sherman next, and then Director Weisberg.
I would like to hear from staff on, because I think one thing that's always concerned me with this policy is the board is writing the policy, but the staff is doing the work the day in, the day out. They are the true experts in their professional fields. And so us writing a process may not account their expertise or how the work flows. I mean, like, for example, on the under 50, I guess I just don't understand, sometimes I see things that are $100. Sometimes I see things that are a couple thousand. I guess I'm just confused sometimes on, isn't everything a contract? I mean, I think, if you go to the store and a staff member buys something, that's a contract. If you go somewhere and it's just, I guess it seems a little arbitrary to me. And I am worried and staff can tell us yes or no. I guess I would like to hear from staff. How much time is this taking? Is there duplication? Is it taking you away from serving students and staff? And your primary job responsibilities? I guess I would like to see a board that's sticking to writing the policies, and then the staff is writing their own procedures to meet the policies that we align. So for example, when we set $50,000, everything that needs to be approved comes to us. And I know that's a lower threshold. I think the state, you can go as high as 175, if I recall, and we're at 50. I think that is a good thing in my mind. That is, kind of a bridge of having that kind of more stringent oversight without getting into doing the job of our staff. So I guess I'm interested in hearing from the affected staff. How much time is this taking? Is it effective? Is it efficient? What's going on the staff level? That's my concern.
Are there any staff that would like to speak to this? Dr. Tyne. You are muted right now, John.
I apologize. Like any good administrator, this doesn't affect me at all. Who it does affect are the people that I push it down to. So what I'm concerned about are the people that are working, that do the work in the finance department. And this last one, we had 16 different contracts included. And I'm all for being open and above board and making sure that our board gets all the information they need. But it does seem to take a little bit of time, not a little bit, but it did take Linda this past article on contracts took over 6 hours, because it's not just the information you get, but it's also the backup material that she provides to me so that I'm able to answer any questions that you have. I think the intent of the policy was good and honorable. I wonder if the outcome is, if the result is what you want, or are you getting what you want? The budget has the amounts in it. When you approve the budget, you approve some leeway for administrators to use judgment. and to perform their duties as described. The check register does have the amounts of checks in there, but sometimes it's difficult for board members to track that and to trace it. It's not exactly their full-time position. What I guess I'd really like to see is if we could have a conversation, the administration could have a conversation with the board to say, here are some suggestions that we would make that would streamline this. I don't think we want to keep information from anybody. We want to be open and above board. But can I give just one little tiny example? Whenever we have a contract for a student teacher, it doesn't cost the district anything, but what it does is they end up paying people within our district. So is that really something that you as a board really want to see? Or if it's a contract for a minimal amount, is that something you want to see? So I would hope that maybe as a board and as an administration, we could sit down and develop guidelines that might make it easier. I know that Mark and the people in operation and maintenance, they have a concern, and the concern happens to be if there's a change order for 5,000 and then there's one 2 weeks later for 10,000, does it mean that the total goes up? And I think our staff is just a little uncomfortable knowing exactly where the rules are. And I think they're giving you more than you expected, to tell you the truth. So that's just my opinion.
I will go to Director Riley in just a second, but it looks like perhaps Director Drummerhausen wants to speak to this. Is that true?
Yeah, just more to piggyback on what Mr. Tyne said. It's really more a question than a concern as you look at the policy and to get some guidance on that. But there's language or there's sentence that says if there's a contract or expenditure, including a change order, which has or will total more than 50,000. So I guess my question just comes, you look at a project, whether it's the summer or the Brookview expansion or something, if you have a $5,000 change order in June, you have a 10,000, and then you get to the point where it gets to 50, procedure wise, how does that look, or kind of what do we do? It kind of doesn't lay out that cumulative piece of when you get to 50,000.
Okay.
So that's just more the question that I have.
Okay, thank you. Director Weisberg, were you on deck here? Did you have something that you wanted to say? Or did I just forget to mark your name off on my list?
I can wait.
Okay, all right. Director Riley.
Thank you. I thought we had that conversation, Mr. Drummerhausen and Superintendent Lansfeld, regarding that change orders. You may not have liked the answer you received at the time, but I'm pretty sure that we had that discussion, and I did direct you to Maggie Wallner, who helped draft this. What I want to say is that when this was developed, there was input sought from administration. I had a meeting with Superintendent Lansfeld, Dr. Cherry, and some of the language or wording that Director Hockert is concerned about actually came out of that meeting. So those things were things that that the upper administration wanted into the language of this statement. This statement went to the working group and had opportunities for input there. And then after there was input sought, the final stage was to run it through legal. It's interesting that we're here today. And I mean, we've had these conversations, and we've had the conversation with finance when this was being developed. John wasn't there at the time. There was somebody else in place, but there was input sought in the development of this. There has been issues in the past on procedures of how the board gets their information delivered. This isn't an administrative procedure. This is the way that the board receives its information. And that is what this is about. There's troubles with that. Let's see, I'm not surprised we're here today. I anticipated that the new board membership would try to eliminate this policy. I am very proud of the last board and the steps that it took to clarify the procedures that have been put into place. There have been issues with contracts. There have been issues with as you speak about change orders. That's been a problem. We went through the audit process, and I spoke directly with the auditor through this process, and I spoke about just even the $50,000 mark and the fact that this is for information to come back to the board. He was ecstatic. He was thrilled. And just because MSBA doesn't have this policy does not mean it shouldn't be. In my opinion, MSBA is behind, and they need to develop something in this language for other boards. This is a problem for a lot of boards. And I think it is our job, as Director Weisberg said, to oversee. I'm not sure why you would even bother having committees at this point if you didn't take the time to invest in the finances of this district. But you know what? If you pull this out and you eliminate and decrease transparency, it's your levy.
Superintendent Lansell, did you have something to add there?
I just want to agree with Director Riley. We did go through a process. We did have a lot of conversations. We want transparency with our public. We want to make sure that that's always there. We also, or I also want to be responsive to our staff to make sure that they can do their jobs adequately and to the best of their ability. So we had never done anything like this. It's evolving. We're seeing some things take time. Some things such as change orders. We want to make sure that the long-term facility maintenance and other projects can be completed on time. It would be an ask of me to have our administrative team collaboratively work with the board to create or ensure that there's a system where there is transparency, but we can also be efficient and effective in the jobs that we're doing. But as this is evolving and coming to fruition with this change, it does take some time with some staff, and there are concerns or some questions on will we be able to complete some projects with some of this in place. But we absolutely did have those conversations, and the goal is transparency and financial or fiscal responsibility.
I will go to Director Onken and then to Director Hockert, but right now it looks like Dr. Cherry has something that she wants to add to this immediate conversation as well. You are on mute, Dr. Cherry. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I do also want to acknowledge, as Superintendent Lansfeld just did, we did have quite a bit of rich discussion as Director Riley was working very hard on the development of the administrative procedures. I think it was October, November. At that time, we had an interim finance director. We also didn't have some of these foundational finance policies that were in place to really even guide this work. So I think as we know more, we do better. And so I wanted to acknowledge that piece of my ownership in weighing in on the administrative procedures that preceded policy 721.1.
Thank you, Director Onken.
So, I mean, all this stuff is always included in the board packet, so I'm not quite sure where we're losing transparency. People are able to access those as soon as they're ready. You can access those on the website, and you can check into and see those things. Now, as far as the policy goes, I wouldn't be opposed to making some changes to it, changing some of the parameters. You know, again, if we're talking about, you know, I think the biggest one in my mind that I'm hearing from people as far as issues is probably has to do with the long-term maintenance facility issues, because those are going to be our high dollar projects. And 50,000, though it is a lot of money, doesn't seem like a lot of money when you're talking about projects that are running into the millions. That it seems sort of minuscule. And so, you know, if we were to proceed with this policy, or can we add things into 701.1? I think that's the one we're talking about, or 701, one of those two. You know, is there a way to offset it for? It's $50,000 if it's specific contracts. If it's long-term maintenance facilities contracts, can it be raised to 100? Or as Director Sherman said, can we go to that max of $175,000? You know, and I wonder, you know, was MSBA consulted when 721.1 was put into place? I'm just asking that question. So I'll leave it there.
Director Hockert and then Director Riley.
Sorry, Director Onken, you just asked a question. I'm not able to answer it, but hopefully someone will in just a minute. My thoughts are actually kind of on going back to the mention of the auditor, that Director Riley ran this by an auditor. MSBA did bring in an auditor for me because I had known that an auditor had looked at this policy, and he immediately said that it definitely does look like board overreach, and that from an auditor's perspective, he could definitely understand why they might like this policy, because in auditor world, they like to see very clear, definitive paper trails and chain of command, especially with financial contracts. So double and triple checking through multiple reports makes ultimately their job easier. So he definitely understood why that made sense, but it is ultimately not a cost-effective method for school districts to do that much double and triple reporting. So for me, this kind of comes down to the cost of convenience for the board. And if we are getting all of this information in multiple avenues already, spending an extra 6 hours of a staff member's time for a single report that I timed it during this meeting, it took us like maybe a minute, 2 minutes, and nobody had any questions for that 6 hours worth of work. So that's a very expensive 2 minutes that is already available to us that we could ask further questions if we did actually have an issue with it. So for me, kind of the cost benefit analysis, and now that this policy has been in place for 4 months, I think we have a better picture of what it works or how it works in reality. And as Mr. Dummerhausen had mentioned, with potential projects coming up, playing that all out and figuring out when those change orders happen, who do we go to for kind of those definitive measures. It's just not spelled out super well in the policy, and the procedures are apparently unclear for the staff to follow. So I think that my understanding of how this is working for the district is that it really is straying too far into procedural land and not staying aligned with other policies. And going back to the comment about decreased transparency, I'm getting tongue tangled tonight, transparency. What we are trying to do as a policy group is really lay the foundations of financial policy in our district. That's what we've actually talked about 8 different financial policies this week, and all of them are going to be laying a clear and vetted financial foundation for our district, including some of them have extra reports that the board will also be getting. So I feel like we are heading in a direction that is more transparent, possibly, or at least more, I shouldn't say more transparent, because this is all based in law and we have to follow this no matter what, even if we don't have the policies in place. So we've already been doing this. It's just making it clear maybe for the board and for the public what those policies are. So that was a long comment, but hopefully someone can get back to Director Onken's question about was MSBA referenced for 721.1. Thanks.
Director Rowley.
Thank you. I couldn't disagree more with your statement or what the auditor that you spoke with had said. And I kind of wonder that if I would have had that conversation with that auditor or any other auditor, if it would have been a different outcome. And I can't even go back to all the things that were just said because there was so much. It's hard to keep all the thoughts straight here. But this is absolutely for the board for informational purposes. In the intent and the ask of the question from our own auditor was, is the board aware of these purchases under $50,000? And I said, yes, this is what we do. It's laid out for us. It wasn't for his own purpose. It wasn't for double checking 2 or 3 different reports. It's so the board understands what is going through. These are pre-approved. It's for information for the board. And sometimes when you see things that come up in these reports, it can be 1 or 2 or 3 times or different things, and the board really doesn't have an understanding what that is. The intent of this report is not for, like initially when it started, they were reading through it. And I don't know what the purpose of reading through every individual piece was. It was for information for the board. And so if you see a couple of things come through, it can flag a question. There are things that have gone on in the past that if the board would have been knowledgeable, could have taken the time to ask that question and could have saved things from happening that weren't statutory legal. Things that had happened, the board was totally unaware of because they weren't getting this information. We could have seen the change orders come through, and that would have been a flag. Those kinds of things, but there is nothing in place to ensure the board receives the treasurer's report, the board receives the other 2 reports that we received. I can't think of them off the top of my head. We have nothing in language that ensures the board will receive those reports. Not only that, those reports aren't made available to the public. They have to be data requested. This is an avenue where the public can actually look into the agenda in the board packet and see what's laying out there, so they can see what's going on within the spending and where their tax investments are going. And so I strongly disagree with the movement you're making here tonight. I think this policy is very, very important. And I'm sure for every person you come up with out of MSBA that says it's bad, I can come up with somebody that says it's good. MSBA is not the end all be all. It is an opt-in. It is MSBA is a contracted authority, right? We get services out of there. However, they are a for-profit company. I think they almost have 100% participation from every district in the state. However, we as an elected board get to decide what is good for our community. Not necessarily what is good for St. Paul, not necessarily what is good for Osseo, not necessarily what is good for Duluth. We get to decide what's good for Stillwater. And we need to keep that independence here. I don't want to be one of the same of every school in the state. We are individuals, and we need to keep our individuality and do what's good for our community.
Director Weisberg.
Thank you. Just to add to the MSBA conversation, a lot of the policies that just got revived from the dead, the BGP policies aren't MSBA policies either. So if we're just we can't say it's okay in this instance, it's not okay in that instance. So that's my 2 cents about that. And then several people have said we can access this information on the website, and there are all these other avenues that we have to access this information. That's not true. And just like Tina was just saying, that even the disbursement register, that's something that comes to the board, but that's not something that's public. I don't know why it isn't. I would love for that to be public so that people can access it on the website, because that just basically tells all the bills we paid with their money. So there aren't, I mean, and the board didn't even start getting disbursement registered until it was required by a lawsuit. So to act like we have all this transparency and everybody can see things is ridiculous. There's no other place on the website we can get this information. It's taxpayer money. And if taxpayers want to see where their money's going, they should have the ability to do that. And I should have the ability to do that because that's my job. Thank you.
Director Sherman.
What I see is and I don't know if this is something that would benefit, but can we somehow I see some ambiguity in the language in this policy. That's why I didn't support it initially. And I don't know if we can have a lawyer weigh in, but to me, I still get away with like under 50. Every contract, everything's a contract. I mean, by a legal definition, I don't understand why we see like 8 contracts that are under 50 when there are probably just, hundreds that get executed on a daily basis just by individual employee authority. So I do think that there's some legal kind of language that could be tightened up and cleaned up. I want to see transparency as well. I'm glad that we have the threshold set to a very conservative level. It is, in my opinion, it is not something I support on behalf of taxpayers to know that someone is spending 6 hours generating a report that gets very little use. As I agree with Director Hocker, is this going to get to the point where we need to add an FTE? Is it worth it? What's the return on the investment we're making there? I think that we can get to something that we've never had this policy during summer. That's a big long-term facility maintenance time, and it's a big construction time. And so it makes sense that some of this might have to be tweaked and reevaluated. I also love that we're putting a library of financial policies in place, and I don't want to have a policy that contradicts another policy. So for me, I want to have the transparent, but we have to trust our staff. I mean, if we don't trust our staff, I don't think we have anywhere to go to move forward. I mean, I don't think anyone here is trying to dodge accountability and responsibility. And I know that there's been things that people on this board haven't been pleased with in the past, but I just want to look at what we can do. I feel like the administration knows that we're looking for accountability and that we really want to have a stringent oversight on finances. How can we, within what you do for your job every day, how would that look like? You come back to us. I don't like when board members are writing the procedures and the work process because they just don't know what that work process is. We have to, I think, take a step backward to go forward in a way that's collaborative here. We all want the same thing. And so I just want to see, let's look at the policy for how our staff is actually doing the work. I worry that if we have staff members that are spending 6 hours coming up with a little report, not only is it an inefficient spend of their time, but are we going to get turnover of key staff? I mean, doesn't sound like a great way for a professional. I'm sure it's not satisfying work. I mean, also, are the right people doing the work? Can this be done by other personnel? Do we need to hire staff? I mean, I feel like that now that you're seeing the policy in process, staff, for a little while, there might be some things that are coming up naturally. So let's have the staff write the process, write the procedures. We write the policies, staff writes, and then we can look at it together and make sure we're coming at it with the same level of, governance and oversight that we're all comfortable with.
I do, I do like the idea of following many of the MSBA policies because I consider them to be best practice. They have been vetted by people who have tremendous resources available to them, and they've used a lot of experts to be able to write some of those policies. But I wonder if maybe we can't think about rewriting the procedure that derives from these policies. And if there are certain things that board members would like, perhaps that can be, the Stillwater, version of it. I'm just wondering if we need to put all of that stringency in the policy if we can't sort of come to an agreement on how to rewrite the procedure to give a little bit more about what the board members might like. So I'll just throw that out there. Next person I'm going to go to is Director Corbini, and then Director Riley, and then Director Sherman.
Thank you, Petrie. Yeah, I'm going to be really brief. Director Sherman said it quite well. It's not our responsibility to put together a procedure for the staff. It's their responsibility. I think our focus should be on the policy, and that whatever we need to do, however we need to tweak the policy, that should be where we focus our attention, and then allow the staff do their part, because they're the ones that do the work. Whatever procedure is written is going to be written in line with the policy. So I think we should at least respect, acknowledge, and also trust that they will do the work well. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Onken, did I skip you? Did you have, no? Okay, all right. So then Director Riley.
Thank you. I have a concern around the procedure piece. And again, we involved administration when all of this was formulated. So it wasn't a board member writing everything up on their own without any input, and it did go to legal, and legal looked at it and revised it. I guess my concern right now is this procedure piece, because there's a huge inconsistency, and those that are here right now in administration have been here while this was formed and formulated and discussed. However, it seems to be a struggle for it to be delivered. And even, when we started in January, I'm constantly having, to bring things out and resend it to people so they can understand or read it or follow. The inconsistency in information to the board isn't okay. And it's really hard to do your job when you're not getting the information. And part of the reason that this was brought up through working group, and then it was to have the big vetted conversation in the working group, so we didn't have to have it at the board table. And when you had that conversation in the working group, and our working groups are public, working group or board members can attend those meetings, which I do on occasion. And the reason that in this whole procedure that the information goes to the entire board is so the board has the responsibility to look through all that information and can formulate questions. Even coming out of working group after it's been heavily discussed, it can be placed on the consent agenda. And at that point, if a board member has a question, they can pull it and have a discussion. But the point is that it has gone through board members and has had discussion. And so my concern is the fact that the board doesn't get all the information that they need, even when you're going through RFPs and responses and the RFP itself. All of this information needs to go to board members so they can read to understand what it is they're voting for. And I have a problem with not getting consistent information because I need to know what it is I'm voting on. And that's kind of part of what the situation, or why this procedure and part of this policy was developed, was so that the board did receive their information correctly and consistently. and when we have turnover, so it follows through.
Director Sherman.
Allison, you're unmuted.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I clicked it. I would like, if legal counsel looks at this, I would like for that information to go to the whole board, because I just see, and I can kind of send an email to both Director Hocker and Dr. Cherry and Melinda on some of my concerns, just on the language. And then I think it's completely fair that you write this, and I believe that staff probably did have meetings and address this. But I think that once you get into the work and the amount of work, perhaps it just needs to be adjusted. Like, for example, I mean, I don't know, our community members through like an open and fair data request, are we getting a lot of disbursement requests from staff, from community members? That was one question, like, is that something, and if we want to make it available, I mean, I'm assuming that would be pretty easy to do because it's public data, so we can include that just how we get it. I mean, I think there's some easy workarounds to get this information. I just don't know. I don't have any evidence to suggest right now that the community wants to look at a disbursement report. If they do, I fully support it. And if it's easy to do, let's put it in the packet or as a supplemental piece of information. Or I think when we had in-person meetings, they were available in a master copy, but maybe we need more copies once we go back to in-person meetings. I mean, I agree on all these things. We need RFPs, we need the disbursement registry, we need some of this. I just think that the way the process and the procedure is playing out, although well-intended, is causing staff to take too much time. I would rather see our staff working on serving our students and staff and kind of working on the big picture budgets and you know, working on I'm sure that 6 hours that was spent in this one report could have been spent in a lot of different ways that I think would be more beneficial. And again, I think it's just the cost benefit analysis. So I would suggest, you know, can we send some feedback on this policy? What isn't working, what isn't working, what is, and then, you know, have staff write the process and the procedure that they're comfortable with because they do the work. Director Drummerhausen is managing the long-term facility maintenance budgets. He's managing any kind of referendum work that gets processed. Let's let him tell us how he thinks it should work. I think that staff understands we want a tremendous amount of oversight. And I haven't heard any staff member say they don't want to provide that to the board. It's just, we all want the same thing, but we can't have, in lean organization, we can't have a lot of time being wasted. And I think this procedure is doing that.
Director Onken.
Yeah, I completely concur with Director Sherman on this one. And if we want to keep it, that's fine, but let's change the parameters. It's been brought up a couple of times now by Director Riley that the administration was a part of making this policy, which yes, they were, but now that they've had they were new to this. And now that they've had a chance to see it, you know, play out a little bit, we need to make some changes to it so that it's more workable. We can streamline it and it works better for everybody. I'll leave it at that.
Director Riley.
One question, John, wake up over there. On average, how long do you think they put into this process? Is it, because I was told it was basically a cut and paste when we started this. I mean, so this is like I say, the information that I'm looking for. Do they necessarily have to spend all that time putting the background information together for you? I think, or is that just with when maybe a question comes, then you ask for that background information? Because I think this was a little on the high end compared to normal.
I think this is a little high end compared to normal. Let me tell you kind of the process that we do. First of all the contracts start with the responsible administrator, whoever that is. Those contracts flow down into my office, And then what happens is they're reviewed, and each administrator has to sign off. And then we read those contracts and make sure that there's nothing in there that's going to, that's a red flag. Example, there was one today where we had to hold up a contract because we said we don't sign a contract until the other party signs it. We don't bring a contract to the board or send a contract out without that signature before we put ours on and approve it. So that's kind of the process that we use. Then those contracts are reviewed. Linda is the main one, takes them and puts them in order and lists them all out. And then they come to me, I review them, and then she tells me what I need to know and what I don't know. And then there's backup material for that. I'll tell you, the $50,000 is not the part that worries me so much. I know it does for Mark. What worries me, or what I'm concerned with, is at the other end, not the high end, but the low end. I'm looking at the opposite end and saying it takes as much time for a $2,000 contract as it does for a $50,000 contract, really. And in many cases, it takes more time. And I used an example of a couple where there's no cost at all. That would be like community education. They have contracts where it might be, we don't know how many students are going to take it, and the cost is $10 a student. It's still an agreement, still a contract, still needs to be approved because another vendor probably offers that program. So what I would encourage, and if I had been here, I probably would have said that, I'd look at ways to reduce the non-cost or very, very low cost responsibilities that we have. And I know Mark probably doesn't believe that, but.
Can I just real quick before you jump in, Mark? So the part where you're talking about your process that you do that, you would do that process anyway. Yes. With Linda.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with it being put on a piece of paper to the board.
Right. Right. All those contracts come from an administrator. They flow down to us. And if it's over $50,000, it goes on the board agenda as an action item because that's what the policy says. If it's less than $50,000, it is put in a form with backup material. You don't get some of the backup material that I do. And the reason I ask that is I don't want to get into a meeting and have somebody ask a question and I look, like I'm out of touch. So it's a pants and suspenders kind of a thing. So there you go. Yes, the process stays the same.
Director Drummerhausen, was there anything that you wanted to say there?
Yeah, just real quick, want to clarify. This is a new, we have not been through a construction cycle with this. So we don't know exactly how this is totally going to all play out. And I just want to be clear, we have no issue with the $50,000. That's a pretty easy one, that if it's above 50, it comes to the board. If it's below 50, that, that's a decision that we make as we go along. And sometimes, we'll get a change order like on a Tuesday morning, and then they'll need to have an answer by the next day, kind of a 24-hour turnaround. And if there's something that's above 50, we can contact the board and we can do that in a timely manner. I guess the question I had, and I did a poor job of explaining it on the front end, is that cumulative piece, where if you get an 8,000 on June 5th and you get a 10,000 on June 20th, and then as you approach that $50,000 mark, what happens? What's the procedure you want us to follow, just so we can make sure that we're following the procedure correctly? So really, that's my question, and I didn't do a very good job of explaining. It's not the $50,000 yay or nay. That's pretty cut and dry. It's what happens when you get towards that mark. What procedure do we follow?
Director Onken.
And that's where I think we need to make some changes to this, because I have a full-time job. If we have an issue come up at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday, I'm not gonna be able to meet. I don't know, maybe other people can, but I can't. So to come into those kinds of things, we need to have some procedures in place to do that. So that means this needs to be changed in some format.
Director Sherman.
And I think I would push back respectfully on staff and say, you propose a procedure to the board. that adheres to the policy. I don't know how you do the work. I don't know how the workflow is. I don't know the time burden on your staff, but if this is what the board policy reads, then to me, the roles and responsibilities, we need to watch, in my opinion, what lane we're all in. And when we're getting into a board responsibility versus a staffing responsibility versus, what have you. And to me, the board sets the policy and the staff sets the process and procedures. And we can have kind of a back and forth and say, hey, this isn't going to work for us. This isn't exactly what we need. But I don't think that the board, who has no expertise in, I don't think anyone here is in contract management or operations or heavy into the finance of $100 million organization or superintendent. We need our staff to come to us with best practices. That's why we have MSBA. That's why we have Dr. Cherry and her experience with other policies. And then we can have a conversation and figure out what's going to work and maybe what doesn't. But I guess I would push back that I think that's the staff's role to come to us with process and procedures that adhere to the policies we establish.
I'm just, at some point here, we probably are going to have to move along. I would just like to suggest, is it, would it be advisable for, 721.1 has now been in effect for a few months, and staff is finding some concerns with it. And so is it advisable for staff to take a look at procedures, the procedure that arises out of our 721.1 and figure out, is this is still a workable policy, and could they write a different procedure to go along with it? I'm just thinking that perhaps we need a little bit more work on this right now. Dr. Cherry, you're kind of nodding there. I wonder if you have something you'd like to add.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I was going to suggest the same, is that administration can take a look at the procedures, develop something that we believe will work with meeting the intent of the procedures that are in place with minor modifications, and bring that forward to the board. I also just wanted to indicate, as it sounded like you were wrapping up this conversation, is we were looking at four of those new policies tonight, in addition to the discussion around 721.1. Did want to just remind the board that 701.1, 701.1, and 702 and 703 are all before you for a second reading this evening. And if there are any additional comments or concerns or thoughts, the policy working group would be happy to look at those as well.
Okay, thank you. It looks like there's a little bit more work that the policy committee is going to have, and possibly and also administration, to take a really close look at the procedures that arise out of this and figure out, what might be more workable. So it looks to me like everyone has had a pretty much a good chance to weigh in on this topic tonight. So I think we're just going to move on to the next item. And that is F, and it is Memorandum of Agreements with Cafeteria Employees Organization, Tech Support and Coordinators, Supervisors, Specialists, Community Ed Leads and Assistants, District Directors, Managers, and Program Administrators. So that is Dr. Tyne and Director Gustafson.
Good evening, school board members. Thank you so much for having me tonight. I did prepare a PowerPoint presentation that I will go ahead and share my screen. Is everyone able to see that all right? Great, perfect. I know that many of you have heard from employees in some of the groups who settled early in this round of bargaining. And we also understand that this was a topic of conversation at the Finance and Operations meeting. And so Superintendent Lansfeld has asked Dr. Tyne and I just to present some information tonight for you to consider. And then we could possibly come to the next meeting with an action item based on what we hear tonight. So our purpose of our presentation is to provide you with a history regarding salary settlements for the last 2 rounds of contracts. We will offer options and the costs associated with those options. And then we'll have time to just seek your input regarding next steps and if you're interested in a possible action item. In terms of history, the nutrition services staff settled their contract actually in December of 2019. Then community education leads and assistants, CSS tech employees and directors agreements were finalized in December of 2020. Agreements included salary schedule increases of 0% in the first year and 1.5 in the second year. In December of 2020, those same salary changes were put in place for the nutrition services staff so that they were equal to what the settlements were for community ed leads and assistants, CSS tech, and directors. Then in February of 2021, parameters were increased and changed. And then in March through April, some other groups settled. They settled salary schedule increases of 0% in the first year and 4.2% in the second year. And I do just want to take a moment to say that salary schedule changes will be different amongst groups based on differences in groups. Sometimes some groups need to catch up or may have other reasons why there need to be changes. And the timing of settlements is historically something that could cause different settlements. However, I have sensed from this board that there may be interest in at least having information on what it looks like for all of the groups to be in the same ballpark for this round of bargaining that we are just coming to the end of. And so I wanted to present the information to you tonight. So then in terms of options, if you wanted to update the groups that settled early and settled for a lower amount, you would increase them by 2.7% to bring them to the 4.2. Cost of that overall would be $291,663 approximately. We're using the costings that we use in negotiations. What I will tell you about this is this would come out of various budgets and actually a little bit would come out of next year because the community ed leads and assistants are on and off a different cycle as we look at that. And I outlined that here on this slide in terms of when the second year of the contract is. So community ed leads and assistants would come out of the community ed budget. Nutrition services staff comes out of a separate fund just for nutrition services. And then the other two would come out of the general fund. And then, so that's one option. I wanted to give you that cost information. And then another option would be that you leave agreements as is. We will start negotiations with these groups and we could have higher parameters for them for their next contracts. I guess what I would say about that is that there'll be a time lapse because we may not settle those contracts for quite some time. And we will probably be looking to not settle contracts early going forward because of what happened here in this round. To be honest, in my previous district, our practice was not to settle contracts earlier than others. And I plan to bring that practice here to Stillwater. I just think that way everyone stays on the same playing field and we know what we're working with. So those are some pieces that would go into that, but they're both options have pluses and minuses and we can, move forward down either path. These are just some pieces that I wanted to give you some information on. And then Dr. Tyne is also going to present or just update you then on what the budget impacts of this would be. And then when he's done, we can answer any questions that you might have.
Well, yes, I am unmuted. Thank you. Board members, just a couple of things that I want to touch base on. And I think all of you probably know that. I know this already, so I'll just be repeating what you probably have explained to a number of you already. One, this is not just a money issue. A lot of times in negotiations, when you don't settle, there's a cost. And when you do settle, there's a cost. You either pay me now or you pay me later. And you pay in a different way And sometimes money is the cheapest way to settle a contract. Morale enters into it and fairness enters into it. And I guess I just want to say timing enters into it also. Um, I am really worried because of the different groups that have settled. And I think you're aware that we have some higher compensated people who have received amounts that were greater than some female dominated groups that are lower paid. That is a concern to me. That is a concern for pay equity. And that is a concern that ripples through an organization. And I am really, concerned about that, the morale issue and the performance that you're going to get. I trust all of our employees give 100% every day and want to do the best they can, but that is an issue for me. If you talk about the funds for it, I think that Cindy has laid it out. And when you look at what was allocated for salaries, there's enough money to do that. I think that one of the board members said, will you be able to maintain the 5% fund balance? The question or the answer that I'm going to give you is, one, remember the fund balance was built on not settling the contracts. And last year's fund balance is really built because of the not paying the contracts or settling the contracts that year. So some of that money that was set in there was really compensation that had been set aside to pay our employees. The second thing is, I mentioned timing. The payroll folks are in the process of paying out the teachers. That will give us a better picture of where we sit and where we stand financially. As of yesterday, I was feeling more optimistic than I have in a while. And the reason for that is because the federal funding came, not for the amount that I wanted, but I have an idea of where the student enrollment is, and that's the big reduction. And I also have an idea of where the federal funding is. Now I just need to see what the payout is for our teachers, our principals and custodians, and put that together. And maybe I would stand for questions and let you ask some.
Thank you very much. I just want to say before we begin this discussion that we have gotten a lot of emails from employees of the district, and they have been telling their stories about everything that they have been doing during this pandemic. It isn't just the teachers who have been doing incredible things to support students in this district. It's every employee that has been doing this. And I'm glad that Dr. Tyne brought up the issue of timing. Because for me, this was never about, giving the teachers, extra money and nothing to anybody else. It was always, to me, a matter of timing and as a board member, being sure that we had the proper funds to be able to bring those other employee groups up. I've been waiting just to find out what Dr. Tyne has just said a little bit ago, and that is that he feels confident that there's money in the budget for us to be able to do this. And, if it was because of the federal money coming in, I'm not quite sure what, but I was very glad to hear that information. So, Director Weisberg.
For some reason, when I'm hovering over my video, it goes off. I don't know if that's happening to anybody else tonight, but anyway, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Tyne. I completely agree with you. We were told when negotiations started forever ago that it's never happened in Stillwater that different groups got different parameters. That's why, and I would like for this to be very clear, the majority of the board, I think only one board member ever voted for a 0 and 0 parameter. The whole board wanted raises. I'm just very afraid of the magnitude of the raise this board gave to the teachers. And I know we got federal funding in this year. We don't know that that's sustainable. So I am extremely nervous that we're not going to have our fund balance, because we have no idea how many people are going to come back in the fall at this point, and what federal aid we're going to continue to get in the future. So that's why I voted against not giving teachers and the other big groups a raise. I voted against the magnitude of the raise this board gave them. Having said that, I don't want to have anybody treated differently. And I realize that cafeteria and aftercare people worked so hard during a very, very stressful time. And I completely support them getting the same parameters that the larger groups got. I just wish that the larger groups would have gotten a more modest parameter, because I'm very nervous about what's going to happen in the future. And I'm very afraid that we're going to have to make big cuts. But I am all for settling the rest of the groups with the same parameters that were already negotiated for the teachers. Thank you.
I'll go to Director Onken next, and then Director Sherman.
I'm also in favor of this. I think that we need to do this as well. The one cautionary tale I would say is that we should never, ever not have the teacher contract settled before any other contracts. That's the largest group. There's no reason why these were settled previously beforehand. I mean, for whatever reason, it doesn't matter. It's over now, but moving forward, and it sounds like, Cindy, it sounds like that's kind of your intent moving forward as you're here, is that the teacher contract needs to be settled first, because that usually is the basis for what other groups are going to get. So I think I'm in complete favor of this. I think we should do it. It's not cost prohibitive at this point. We don't know what the future looks like yet, and we will cross that bridge when we get there. And yes, we may have to make some tough decisions, but I think this is the right thing to do now.
I'll go to Director Sherman next, and then Director Weisberg.
I think I've made it clear at the board table, and I think other directors agree, we need to look at the process, the entire, as a whole, the contract process in this district. It feels broken, like something's not working. There's a breakdown. And I'm excited to put this biennium, behind us and really focus on what this next cycle is going to look like. We were the last in the state to settle. I think it was just far from ideal. I agree with Director Onken and also Cindy, you as well, why teachers were settled first. And again, there's always lots of reasons, and it is what it is. We can change what we do moving forward. I think we've all kind of been in favor of waiting for some additional information, and the intention was always to do this and to catch this up. I'd like to just see, again, moving forward, a really well laid out process in place. And the next biennium is going to look dramatically different. The next biennium is COVID. And this is a 2-year-old cycle. And so, the fund balance will go down. But again, like John, I can't say it enough when Dr. Tyne says this. I mean, that fund balance was as large as it was because contracts were not settled. And so the steps and lanes, there were a lot of things going on that weren't, when you don't have, if you don't have settled contracts, your fund balance is going to look skewed. And so we're coming back down to where we normally are. I think if anyone listened to the levy conversation, the work session that we had earlier, and I would encourage the community to listen to that, we're going to have some tough decisions here. I feel good that we were able to give our educators during this cycle, they had a little less than state average is what they got for this biennium. And I think they've worked really hard to meet the insane demand of their job this year. And so, again, we move forward. It's going to be the next biennium. And I just think that being able to give our teachers state average and then to have all of our other contract groups follow suit makes sense. It's the right thing to do. Thank you to all of our staff who is out there working just so hard every single day, whether you're a principal, teacher, nutrition, childcare, you are appreciated, and we, it's the lifeblood of our organization. So I hope that as a group, a board and a new admin team, we can kind of design the next process to work a little bit more smoothly. And like you said, we might have some tough decisions coming related to the levy. But I'm confident we can kind of work with the community to prioritize what's important to them. So thank you.
After Director Weisberg speaks, we'll go to Director Riley and then to Director Hockert. Director Weisberg.
Thank you. I have a hard time when I hear it shouldn't have taken that long for the teacher contract to get signed, because I feel like that's putting the blame back on the board, when the board came to the table over and over and over again, and the union leadership decided to wait. And I know teachers told me that the entire time the board was being blamed, when we were ready to negotiate. We had a mediator and we were refused meetings several times. I think people said it was 3 months in a row. So we were trying very hard to get this settled in a timely manner, but we had no cooperation from union leadership. And I want to make that very, very clear, because to put that on the previous board is just inaccurate. Thank you.
Director Riley.
Thank you. I agree 100% with Director Weisberg there. And we have very well paid staff. We're up near the top. And what's interesting to me in the discussion I'm hearing tonight is that when it's discussed about the parameters, when we were working on this in session, Director Weisberg and I had brought up numerous times that we were told that we never stray from the parameters that are set. And from what I'm reading from some bargaining groups that are, sending us emails, is that they were told the same thing. So they went ahead and settled because those are what the board parameters were, because that is the information the board received at the time we started negotiations initially. And when we met in these sessions, the new board said, no, we don't have to have everybody at the same parameters. And so for me to hear tonight that that's not what you were saying is absolutely opposite, because that is what was said in those meetings. And I am very, very concerned moving forward as we just came out of this levy conversation. There's already talk about cutting programs. There's already talk about the levy not being enough to sustain programs. And that was my big fear in settling contracts at 4.2%. I think this is going to create just trouble coming down the road next year. So, I agree. They should all have the same parameters. I am disappointed in this new board majority that they chose to set such extreme extensive parameters when we're already at the top of pay scale.
After Director Hockert speaks, it will be Director Corbini and then Director Onken. So Director Hockert. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I guess I'd like to start with the previous parameters that were set, and that they were set under an entirely different administrative team. And that entire administrative team has turned over since those parameters were initially set. So the people who were saying keep those parameters for all groups very well would have kept it the same for all groups. But then we had a new team, which this new board majority is working under, and which was very much supported by the board members who were on the previous board. And it was that administrative team that advised us and guided us and gave us our suggestions for what they believe that we could do within the budget. And we are at a different point in a budgetary cycle, that we are coming at the end of our 2-year cycle. So it's a lot easier to make decisions when you know where the money has gone already. So I do actually believe that the administration is giving us good sound advice in what we can afford. And let's remember that schools are a people enterprise. this is it. We are in the business of growing our next generation of kids, and that our tax dollars are an investment in the people who are helping those little ones grow. So for me, I appreciate that tax money spent on our education staff, on our food service staff, on our secretaries, and our after-school care workers who have worked super hard during a pandemic, have been stretched beyond their professional capacities in some ways, and filled in wherever absolutely necessary, that they certainly deserve what is going back to that old idea that everybody gets the same idea under this new administrative team. So I definitely do support this bump up in pay, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Parvani.
Chair Petrie, thank you for the opportunity to speak. You know, it's interesting how we play the blame game here. I mean, I'm just listening to everyone and how, you know, we're disappointed in this new board majority, but we can't make claims of the other board for not settling contracts. We can't tell you that, oh, it was because you didn't settle contract, that's why we're where we are today. I completely agree with Director Herkett in terms of what she said. We're not working under the previous board or the previous administration. And it is not that the board said that the parameters for different groups should change. What we indicated was we can change the parameters, but we didn't say we can change it for different groups because the other groups had already been settled. So the reality of the situation is paying your teachers, the investment that you have in your teachers or our line staff, those who are frontline, line and center, taking care of our children. If we think there's a problem with that, then we have a problem ourselves. Because we need to ask ourselves, where do we think the tax dollars should go to? If we think there's an issue here, we can't make claims to the fact that, you know, contracts were not settled, but we want to blame. Remember, it's 0 and 4.5. We're not paying these teachers anything. We're giving them 0 the first year and 4.5 the second year, or 4.2 or 5 the second year. So you're giving nothing the first year and you're giving 4. So I'm not sure if you break that into 2, I'm not sure where the huge increase is. They're still under state average. So I don't know where the concern of, oh, we paid so much to the teachers and we don't have the funds. You had the funds and we cut programs. We had the funds and we still cut programs. So I think we need to be really strategic in terms of how we think and the kinds of programs that we're talking about in terms of what we present to our children. The most quality, the most important of all programs. It is our responsibility as a community to see this as an investment. It's been really difficult for all of our staff members during this pandemic, and to sit here and talk about how we paid some people so much money when they're still under the state average, and also knowing fully well that we're going to correct the mistake. I call it a mistake because I see no reason why you stick to something when you know fully well that you can make changes to those parameters. And now you want to play blame game here. This is not about blaming anyone. This is about doing what is right for our staff and for our children. And if we're going to invest our tax dollars in making sure the people who care for our children day in, day out are the ones that we're supporting to make sure they give the best services to our children, and that's what we're going to do. So I'm not here to play blame game to anyone because I still believe that the administration here, which is a new administration that we're working on, they gave us the right information. And we worked according to the information that was given. And for the mere fact that we were able to get our teachers what we did, and also we're going to get our staff, as far as I'm concerned, that were shortchanged, that's the nutritionists and all of those that work frontline, I still believe they were shortchanged. And those parameters, under normal circumstances, if we're not trying to be stingy with what we have to support our staff, we won't be in this position that we're in today. So I do believe that whatever engagement we have for our staff, we are doing the right thing. The investment is for all. These are the same people that will take care of your children, my children. And when we keep saying, oh, our teachers are up there and we give them this gigantic amount of money, these people are still under state average. So I'm not sure where the concern or the blame game is coming from. So I'm hoping that we don't continue with this blame game, but to move forward and do what is right for those that have asked us to do what is right for them. And those are just corrective measures that we will be taking action on today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone has spoken once on this topic, and it looks to me as though the conversation is sort of devolving a little bit into some finger pointing. And so I believe we will have another opportunity to speak about this when it comes time to vote on it. So I'm going to move on, except that it looks like Dr. Tyne wants to say something here.
I just want to say one thing. First of all, the process is the next thing that Cindy and I are talking about. And we're going to be bringing something next time to the board. And we'll have more information at that time and also a process. We're checking with legal to make sure that what we're doing is meets the state statutes and that we're not doing something that's going to create a problem for the board or for the district down the road. So we're moving forward with caution. And Cindy, am I on the right page here?
Absolutely. We will bring an action item to the next meeting. And thank you all so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to action items now. We have one item on the agenda tonight under action items, architectural engineering services. Director Drummerhausen.
Good evening, Chair Petrie and members of the board. On October 16th and October 23rd of 2020, Stillwater Area Public Schools advertised for written proposals for architectural engineering services to assist with planning and preparation for a facility bond referendum, project design, and services to administer construction projects. Then on Monday, November 2nd, Stillwater Area Public Schools received written proposals from 17 different architectural services to provide concept planning of proposed projects included in a bond referendum, attend district planning meetings, assist in public information meetings leading to a successful bond referendum. And upon the successful bond referendum, they'd create bidding documents, review bids, provide contracts, approve submittals, issue change orders, certify payments, and administer construction projects. The district's RFP review committee met originally on December 2nd of 2020 to review the 17 proposals. From there, they narrowed it down to 3. Then last Thursday on April 15th, the Finance and Operations Working Group reviewed the final 3 proposals. Based on the feedback from the Finance and Operations Working Group and the references that I completed after the meeting, Wold rose to the top, and administration is recommending Wold as the firm to provide our architectural services for the Brookview expansion and upcoming bond referendum. Wold has excellent references. They know our district the best and can quickly start with the Brookview design process and upcoming CDT conversations. They have drawings of all of our buildings as they did our long-range facility study in the 2013-14 school year. Also, their user group process is very detailed and rose to the top with everyone having a voice. And what their user group is as they go through design process, currently Wold is doing our long-term facility maintenance. So just as an example, the Stonebridge project that we approved from the consent agenda earlier today is part of it is 3 classrooms, and those 3 classrooms are the 2nd grade teachers. And as they met with them, they talk about different things in the classroom, about where you'd like an outlet and those sorts of things. So they'd have a meeting, they'd go back, they draw it up, they'd come back and say, okay, here's what we talked about last meeting. Is this what we want? Is this not what we want? And kind of take the teacher and staff input in all those meetings all along, staying within a budget. Besides all of those, an added bonus is the ability to work with one company for both our bond and levy projects, as well as our long-term facility maintenance projects. So you're working with one firm through all of our construction projects here that we have and currently are upcoming. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions or comments that you may have.
Okay, before we go to comments, would anyone like to offer a motion? Director Sherman.
I would like to make a motion to offer the contract to Wold for architecture for the referendum and for Brookview.
Is there a second? Director Onken. Okay, questions or comments? Director Sherman.
Thank you for making the effort, Director Drummerhausen, to call on references. That was important to me, and I think you can glean some really good information off there. I like the synergy that you already have a working relationship with Wold, and that they're familiar with our building. So I feel very comfortable with them moving forward. So thank you for your time and pulling this all together. I appreciate it.
Okay, Director Onken.
It's also important to know, probably for the public to know, that one of the companies did come in a little bit lower, but their references certainly were not as good. So I think it just points out again that Wold does have great references. They know our district very well, and so that's it. I guess it's worth that extra few dollars, so to speak.
All right, anyone else? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we offer a contract to Wold for the architectural and engineering services for Brookview and the bond. Joan, can you take the roll?
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbenny,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg, Chair Petrie.
Yes.
We have a 7-0 vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, moving on to reports. Are there any working group reports tonight? Okay, moving on to board member reports. Are there any board member reports tonight? Director Riley.
Yeah, I just want to mention that this is going to be the last opportunity to speak as a board member in a board report tonight, because Chair Petrie had sent out an email to the board wanting to take them away in the guise of saving time. That, along with the policy 721.1 that we discussed earlier, I'm not sure where that's going to land. I think we had a very robust discussion about that. I'm really concerned about the direction that this board is moving. I believe it's moving into a backwards movement, which is less transparent and less accountability. This is an opportunity for board members to speak to the public. And by now putting things in written format, as you are asking, that now the public is going to have to go search that out in documentation. It's just not as easily accessible. I believe that this is more or less a control issue or a silencing issue. And I think it's very dangerous to move into this territory going forward. Yeah, I really think that, this has been happening for at least the last 12 years. We've had these board member reports. Very rarely there is many reports, sometimes one, sometimes a couple. And I don't think it is at all about saving time, because it's usually a very brief moment. So there's been a few changes lately, and as of January, things just don't feel real great around here. So moving on from that, we had an expert in our community write to the board, it was just a perfect letter regarding literacy and our focus on equity work and our lack of achievement. I wish she would have came and spoke at open forum. She laid everything out beautifully, and I hope we can do better with that in this district. And I had met with individuals who provide financial education program, and I have forwarded that information on to the superintendent. I think that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Director Porbenny, did you want to speak?
No.
No. Okay.
Pass. Thank you.
All right. Director Hockert?
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I would just like to report that I've been doing some MSBA training. I've been doing phase 3 and phase 4 over the last 2 weeks or so. So I've been getting to know policy a little bit better, and looking into community engagement kind of coming up in our next session. And I would like to say that I also support Chair Petrie's suggestion to get rid of these board reports, because there really aren't set parameters on what board members should be sharing at this time. And I've seen that this opportunity sometimes is used to continue conversations from previous parts of the meeting that I do not feel is appropriate. So I feel like without those clear parameters and expectations of what these board reports actually should look like, that we should do away with them, and having a written report to the board included in the board packet would be a good way of kind of updating people on the things that we've been up to. So thank you.
Director Weisberg.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Hawkert, for clarifying that that is exactly the reason these are going away, because we're being silenced, because I had the nerve to say something that I thought in my board report section at the last meeting. So thank you for clarifying that the reason these are going away is to silence people that you don't want to hear from. So I hope everybody is paying attention to that, because it's disturbing. And I have a quick question before I actually say my last board member report. If I put my thoughts in writing, will you censor them? Because that's what I'm afraid of at this point. If I'm going to have to put it in writing instead of being able to talk out loud like I was elected to do, I don't feel I should be censored in any way. So that's the question I have. Having said that, I attended a community CEAC meeting last week where their budget was proposed, and their budget will be coming before the board for approval. And I hope at that time that we get some information about any help they need in their budget and making up any deficit that they have. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? So yes, it is true that I have asked board members that to submit their board member reports in writing from now on, which will be included in the packet so that the community can see what they have to say. A lot of times these board member reports are just sort of recitations of meetings that they attended or schools that they visited. And although it's interesting, I don't know that it's really necessary to the business of the district. And that's what these school board meetings are about. They are business meetings. We are here to conduct the business of the district. And so, and I make no apology for the fact that one of the goals that I've had since I became board chair is to cut down on the length of the meetings. There have been some really long meetings that have happened over the last few years, and this is one way to sort of cut that down. And truthfully, you know, I just don't believe that. I believe that we act as a board, we act individually, and taking time during board member reports to sort of talk on the topic of your choice is not really advancing the business of the district. And that's what these business meetings are all about. So I'm not planning to do any sort of censoring. If you've got a report that you want to make and you want to criticize what we're doing or whatever that might be, put it in writing. We'll put it in the packet for all to see. And the only other thing that I would mention is that we will be meeting at Oak Park beginning on May 13th. And that will be our first meeting back in person. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody. And so with that, this meeting is adjourned.